Good morning, everybody, from the flight deck once again. Although we're not actually in the flight deck yet, as you can probably tell, we're sitting in the Tug's flight deck. But good morning, everybody. Welcome to another stream here with me, Captain Nabs, live on Twitch. We are doing another episode of A Pilot's Life here live on Twitch. So welcome everybody to the stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you are you're having a good week. Hope you're having a good month. It's been a long time. It's been longer than I expected since I streamed last, and I have to apologize for that. Well, I mean, I don't know if I really apologize for it. I regret it, but yeah, I was under the weather last week. I had a very sore throat, and I just knew I was not going to make it through a whole stream, especially a 4-hour stream. Today's a bit of a long one, so I knew I was not going to make it through that whole long stream with my throat in the condition it was. As it is, I'm not perfect yet, so I'm going to apologize in advance. If I cough during stream and I don't mute it, I apologize. I'm 99% better, but I've just got this little tickle in the back of my throat that keeps on just bringing up a cough every once in a while. So I apologize in advance if I do cough on stream. But yeah, I definitely the right choice. And it's funny too as well that even after I made that choice, then of course the cable company started messing around with the network in my neighborhood. They're upgrading it. They're replacing all the lines with fiber optic lines, and so for like 3 days straight, the internet was off for half an hour, on for half an hour, off for half an hour, on for half an hour, all day long, as the guy was pulling the connection literally from one box, reconnecting everything to the new system, going to the next box, and over again. No notice, no warning. I unplugged my modem like 5 times, trying to reset it the first morning, and it would work, and then it wouldn't work, and it would work. And I was like, I was pulling my hair out, and so I called the cable company, and the cable company's like, oh yeah, we're doing upgrades in your neighborhood. Thank you for telling me. Thank you for telling me in advance. Like, what if I have stuff to do? What if I was streaming and all of a sudden my stream just goes offline after 10 minutes because you guys are resetting the cable network? And go ahead and do the maintenance. I'm not saying don't do the maintenance, but just tell your gosh darn customers about it. Don't just like, we're just going to pull the plug on the internet for multiple hours today and not tell anyone. You know, if you're a work from home kind of person, you schedule meetings and you go to a meeting and then your internet drops offline. Like, it happens, but like, if you know it's going to happen in advance, tell people, for crying out loud. Anyways, that really ticked me off, but I'm going to sip my coffee here to keep my throat nice and warm, because we got a long one today. So, what are we doing today? I alluded to it. It's a long stream here in our JetBlue Airbus, but today we are doing a 4-hour slog. We are in San Juan, Puerto Rico, and we are going all the way up to Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey. So we are going all the way to Jersey. It's a 4-hour flight. It's a long one. I want to be off the gate in 25 minutes. That's the target. So I'm going to try and get the stream going quickly, and then we'll chat about everything once we get going here. So let's go ahead and hop in that flight deck. Let's get this stream underway, and let's have some fun, everybody. That's the wrong button. That's the button that I'm looking for. Hello, thank you. All right. Welcome to the flight deck of the 320. We have external power on, but we have nothing else on. Looks like the previous crew just left the external power on, and that's fine. Let's go ahead and get those batteries on, and most importantly, get those IRSs aligning, because they seem to be the stumbling block anyways in this aircraft. So we got the IRSs aligning. Let's get the nav lights on. Let's just check our fluid levels here. Engine oil is good. Hydraulic fluid is all in the green band, which means it's at the happy mark in the reservoir. And oxygen, let's just turn that on before we make a judgment call about it. All right, it turned green, 1800 PSI. That looks good. Parking brake is on, ready to do the walk around. Let's go ahead and do a couple things here. Let's get my FS2 crew going here. Let's start setting up.
Roger.
All right, this will get FS2 crew, and you'll notice he's back, and I totally didn't even switch him from whatever I had before, and that's fine. And the other thing we'll do is we'll also get the loading started here. So let's go ahead and load my flight. Here we are, TJSJ to Newark. I didn't put in an adjusted departure time. I will, because I really want to have this. So the planned departure time is 13:15. And then we can start loading. And I noticed that it says the time is wrong because I forgot to do the one thing, which for some reason now, even though when I enter the sim now, I set it to have live weather and real time. It always switches it off when it actually loads into the sim. So and I can't seem to get it to catch the other way anymore. For the longest time, it was always it would load in real time, load with real weather, and now it's gone the opposite, and it will not do it. I switched it off once, and it will not go back now. I seem to have done... Oh, good. Well, it's a lot less nice in San Juan than I thought it was. Oh, well. Anywho. And now that tug is gone. Now there's a new tug. Okay, but we're going to get started on this pretty quickly here. So let's go ahead and just check on those IRSs. They shouldn't take too long to init because we're pretty close to the equator. Let's go ahead and go data, aircraft status, and just check on this. And I do have a performance factor. So I'll check it on the flight plan again once we actually go through the flight plan. But I will put it in here now just because I have a moment to kill. It's a performance factor of +1. The database is current. We would swap the databases if this actually worked. If we had an outdated database, you'd see them swap back and forth. And that, when you swap a database in an FMS, it wipes all data from the FMS, and that's why we do it. Why is he starting the APU now? It's like 30 minutes of departure. Buddy, company policy is not to start the APU 30 minutes before departure. It's just a waste of fuel. Especially if you go to the EU, buddy. Fuck, they will not let you start the APU 30 minutes before departure. 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. We're going to have a conversation. At least ask if you're going to start the APU. All right. What we really need here is we need our flight number. JetBlue 1990 is our flight number for today, as you can probably see at the top of the screen. And we are going from TJSJ to KEWR. Newark Liberty International. We're going to go dock at the new terminal in Liberty, so it's going to be nice. IRS initialization. Let me just grab my flight plan here. Hello, flight plan, and hopefully you guys can see that. Yes, that works. Okay, good. Let me make it a little bit bigger so you can actually read it too. But there is the flight plan, and what we are doing first of all is we're skipping ahead to flight log and just verifying these coordinates. 1826.4 north, 660.1 west. 1826.4 north, 6600.1 west. We're going to align on that reference point for the airport, and the IRSs will align on that point. He's going to go to the walk around. That's cool, buddy. You go do your thing. We are just going to continue getting set up in here, and the next thing we're going to need is some takeoff data. And I'm already doing it. Let me get my remote, my little remote thing here closed so I can actually mute it when I want to clear my throat. There we go. All right, so let's have a quick look at the tablet here. TJSJ, and what runway are we using? So first of all, I'm live on VATSIM. There is no ATC. I know, I'm in shock too. Try to contain yourselves, everybody, but I am in shock over this. I'm just going to go to FAA. We'll just do ATIS.report. San Juan. Information is Papa. ILS and visual approach is runway 10 and use departing 10. So there we go. So 10 is the runway in use. Since it's raining, I'd say we use wet numbers. We'll sync our preliminary load sheet here. Let's see here. Flap configuration optimal. Force toga no. Anti-ice. Let's see what's the temperature here. 26 degrees. It's raining, but it's 26, so no, we don't need anti-ice. Packs, we will try to put them on. 74.6 for our takeoff weight. Max CFG. Max takeoff weight 25.6. And sync our live weather. And we will calculate. We won't bother with an intersection. Too heavy for the conditions. Runway selected. What? Winds are 280 at 12 according to the METAR. According to the ATIS, 250 at 3. Yeah, okay, so with a tailwind on departure, that could be a problem. I'm just going to try this. I'm just going to try going directly to the FAA Digital ATIS website. So I was actually using ATIS.report, but I'm just going to go straight to... There it is, last one on the list, TJSJ. So they have switched, yeah. Visual approach is 28 and use GPS approach 28. Okay, so in the real world they switched. They're up to information Sierra, so the ATIS.report's a little bit behind, so let's switch that ourselves, and that should hopefully give us some valid takeoff data here. Alright, let's try that again. Now we got valid takeoff data. We do got flex numbers even. Flaps 3. Alright, everything looks good. So we got some takeoff numbers there. One more thing while we're waiting for the IRSs to finish aligning there, and they just need about one more minute. Have a quick look at this flight plan here, everybody, because I'd like to point out the one thing that maybe you saw when I flashed this up there really quickly, but notice today we do have some fuel for arrival, ATC fuel for arrival, 17 minutes, weather fuel for en route turbulence. Why did it change the times on those? Because I gave it more time than that. What's going on here? Hold on. Pardon me. I'm just gonna have a look at my sim brief here. It did change that. It's supposed to be minutes. 20 minutes of weather fuel. Alright, let's do 10 minutes of weather fuel and 20 minutes of ATC fuel. Let's try that again. This might change the fuel load slightly. You can see GSX is working in the background here. I love this new feature of Fenix. Alright, so let's just have a quick look-see here at our second flight plan, revision 2, release 2 here. And yeah, about 600 more kilos. That's what I was looking for. It was 20 and 10. 17 and 3. I mean, it's doable, but it was a little bit lower than I'd wanted. So 16.6 is going to be the actual fuel. So I'll let the system finish fueling, and then I'll just sort of make a little adjustment there. So I'll keep this as our current flight plan here. Release 2 now. OFP 2 for this. So the other thing you'll notice on here, MEL 28-2-02 Alpha, center tank, right-hand pump, unserviceable. So we've got one of the fuel tanks is unserviceable, and we're going to have to work around that. That's going to be a little bit interesting. It's a little bit of an interesting procedure, and hopefully it should give us a little something to do as we go. So we'll review that when we get a little closer to departure. We are ready to start setting up the aircraft here. So the IRSs are fully aligned, which means we can switch into the. Oops, sorry, didn't mean to do that.
I'm back. No issues on the walk around.
Nav upgrade, GPS primary. Let's go ahead and get into the box. So perfect. The IRSs have just aligned. We're just going to go ahead and initialize the flight in the ACARS system. I was afraid of this. I was afraid that my throat would be bothering me as we do this here. JetBlue 1990 TJSJ, Newark, Dulles 3:53 en route time. And since we got the ACARS initialized, we can also grab a secondary flight plan. So if I can find the button, come on, it's there somewhere. And we'll just pick up the flight plan the easy way through the ACARS system. There we go, secondary flight plan uplink, TJSJ Newark KIAD, that looks good. Let's just have one quick look at secondary flight plan page. TJSJ ends at Newark. Those look like a couple of fixes from my route, so that's good. So I can go secondary and activate that secondary. Check takeoff data, that's fine, we will. And we are ready to get started with the overhead flow. So quick check up here, make sure that there's no fault lights for the cockpit door strikers. IRSs are aligned, everything's aligned, nothing is basically lit up, everything's in the position it should be, which is basically everything's dark. Except for the CVR test there, oxygen. No circuit breakers out. Audio switching's good. It's not the first flight of the day, so we won't bother with the fire test. Let's see here. Engine. So hydraulic system lights are all out. Fueling is still in progress. This should be in manual. And actually, the one thing I will do is pull up the MEL right now. And we'll read it just because it affects the fuel system. Although we haven't finished fueling yet. Let me just pull up the MEL. I'm just pulling it up on the screen. Give me a second here. Alright, so 28-2. Oops. Nope. Theirs does not jive with mine. What did I say it was here? 28-202 Alpha. Alright, lots of indications. Looking for fuel pumps, fuel pumps, fuel pumps. Lots of indicators, alerts, transfer valves, wing tank pumps, center tank pump. There we are. I may have possibly written the MEL number wrong as well. 28-2102 Alpha. So repair interval is C, which is 10 days. Number installed 2, number required 1 for the center tank pumps black card. Yes, 1 may be not provide that flight routes for middle landing at a suitable airport if the remaining center tank pump fails with fuel in center tank.
The security and safety check are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Go for it.
Okay.
Alright, so this means a few things for flight planning. So they have to make sure that if that other center tank pump, so we've lost one of the 2 center tank pumps, one of the 2 center tank pumps is gone. If the other center tank pump fails, there's no way to transfer fuel out of the center tank. So we need to make sure that at all times during our flight, we are close enough to land close enough to a suitable airport that we can land without using any of that fuel that's in the center tank, that we just use whatever's left in the wing tank. So we'll start transferring center tank fuel as soon as there is space in the wing tanks. I guess we don't transfer, but we just burn it directly, but some of it does end up being transferred. So we do have a procedure for that, so we're going to have to manually do some stuff here to make sure that everything happens the way it's supposed to. So let's go ahead and check the ops procedure for the fuel system. So the dispatcher would have been more concerned with that. You can look at our flight plan, and you can certainly say that we'll always have... We'll check it when we're fully fueled, but we're going to have about 10 tons. We're going to have more than 10 tons in the main tank, which means that no matter where we end up along our route, 10 tons, like it's a lot of fuel. Like there's Bermuda there. There are a lot of alternates. It's something the dispatcher would have to look at. Now, SimBrief really can't quite deal with this, can't quite plan this. I believe we are always within 180 minutes of land, which is... yeah, because we're not on an ETOPS route, so yeah, we are close enough to land at any point in time, as long as Bermuda is open, that we can fly basically an hour back to any airport, which is easily less than 10 tons of fuel, so this route should be sufficient. What was I doing here? Okay, so let's go back to the ops procedure, because that's going to affect our pre-flight here. So 282102 Alpha, so let's just scroll through here till you see 2820... nope. 282102. So this is 02 Alpha. Center tank pump 1 inoperative. In case of dispatch of the fuel in the center tank, the remaining center tank pump failure must be considered for flight planning. So we have operators to ensure that from any point flights by the route where the center tank is not empty, the aircraft may reach a suitable destination at a suitable airport, considering the fuel quantity contained in the center tank is definitely not usable. During cockpit preparation, crossfeed, check off, affected center tank pump switch off, operative center tank pump switch off, and then once we get in flight, operative center tank pump switch maintain off if the quantity is less than 200 kilograms. If the quantity in the center tank is more than 200 kilograms, then we have to watch and make sure that when the quantity in one wing tank is, in one wing inner tank is less than 4,500 kilograms, then we we turn on the operative center tank pump, and we open up the crossfeed valve so it feeds both sides, and then when it gets above 5,500 we have to make sure we turn it off again, so we've got to monitor the whole process here. Repeat the previous 2 steps as many times as necessary until the center tank pump is empty, and then when there's less than 250 kilos in the center tank, crossfeed fuel switch off. Alright, so we're going to leave all that stuff off and make sure the crossfeed is closed. It is, so we're good, so we can continue now with the overhead flow. Oop, they're still refueling. We don't need to check the batteries anymore. We don't need external power since you started up the APU ages ago. Let's turn these down to more realistic values because we never run with them in the middle. Always way too hot if you run with them in the middle. I'm going to get pack 2 off for now, just to save some wear and tear on the APUs. Some fuel loading on the APUs. Strobes are in auto. Nav lights are number 1. All the lights are off. We don't need dome light. We won't put the seatbelt on until we're done fueling, but emergency lights and no smoke can go on. Let's see here. Nothing else is on there. What do we got for an altimeter setting in San Juan? Where's my current FAA ATIS? San Juan 2993, so there we go, that was easy. Flowing through the flight deck, 192, 2993, this all looks good, no flags, refueling fine, no smoking's fine, parking brake, TCAS standby, company message, APU bleed, those are all fine messages at this stage. 326, that's good, and 406, we're supposed to be off the gate in 19 minutes. It's going to be a bit of a strain. We'll do what we can. We're not going to rush. 22.8, and actually this is a American airport, so we're still undergoing the CTAF trial. CTAF frequency, nothing was found for TJSJ. Of course it wasn't. Well, we can also do this, pull up the Navigraph charts, and the Navigraph charts will give us the tower frequency, because I forget what it was from the last stream. I remember it, and I remember other people using it too, so obviously many of us consider it to be part of the United States. Let's go ahead and go TJSJ airport chart. Tower frequency at the top. Ground tower, 3205. So we might as well get that up, and then if anybody else is trolling around here, we will hear them. It's too far. 3205. Perfect. All right. Continuing along by scan. We do have VHF1 is up. cal, weather, off, retracted. Everything's 12 o'clock. Pressurization, landing elevation at Newark is 0 feet. That sounds good. Cat 2 is an op. That's fine with the engines off. Let's see here. Engines are off. This is good. Parking brakes on. Alternate gear extension is stowed. 21.5's up on number 2 already. TCAS is in transponder standby. Number 1. Altitude reporting's on. TARA. I'm just going to put a generic code. Actually, no, sorry. We did get a code, didn't we? We did get an auto ATC code here from VATSIM. We got 1546. 1546. So that's in the transponder. Alright, and quick instrument check. 1 FD2. Altimeters 2993 inches indicating 0 feet. 2993 inches indicating 0 feet. 2993 inches indicating 0 feet. Heading, let's see here. Heading 16 degrees, 16 degrees. 16 degrees. Alright, and with that, we're ready to get in the box and do boxy things here. So lots of stuff to do in the box to get ready for departure here. Hoy. Lots of work, but we'll get it done here. Alright, let's see here. Alright, so we're going to start at the data page here. Aircraft status. So this is A320-200 with the V2527 Alpha 5 engines. Database is current until the 17th of April. It is the 26th of March, and the performance factor is +1. I did not see anything to detune, so nothing to deselect. Nothing is deselected. Alright, so initialization page. We are, and it resets itself when you get the secondary here, but we are JetBlue 1990 today. TJSJ San Juan to KEWR Newark. Alternate is KIED Washington Dulles. We checked the IRS initializations cost index, and I'm pretty sure I bumped this up to 100 because it's a long flight today. But let's just double check. Cost index is 100. And let's just check the couple other things here right now, and then we'll stop pulling this thing back and forth. But it is, let's see here. Altitude's initially 32, and then we got some steps in there. And the ice is +10. So initial altitude is going to be 320, and ISA +10 puts it at minus. I think that's already compensated for in there. Hold on, let me think this through here. 32 would be 64 below 0 minus the 15 would be 50. Yeah, it's already compensated for. Good stuff, and a trope of 51.7 sounds very reasonable for a tropical environment. Alright, flights departing from San Juan. We're going to depart runway 28. And let's pull up the flight plan here again because routing. So, Akoni 3 to Paldi. That's what we're looking for. Akoni 3. I'm going to put Sapo in there and we'll look at it in a second here. So, 28 Akoni 3 Sapo. I'll insert that. And then let's look through here. So, there's Paldi. Paldi direct Donq. So Paldi direct Donq. So I'm going to remove the Sapo, and I'm going to remove the Donq. So the no leg. So Paldi direct Donq is now in there. And for arrival in Newark, we are looking at. Let's see here. It's estimating 4 right. So let's plan that. And I should have looked at the arrivals. Normally you'd have this on 2 separate screens. You would have to go back and forth. Metro Direct Newark. That's weird that we don't have a star for Newark. So I guess we'll just put the ILS 4 right. We'll put no star for now. Kelma intersection's fine. We will kind of look at that when we get going here. Alright. So first of all, the distance check. 1509 on there. And I've got a ground distance of 1526. So that's pretty reasonable for that long a flight especially. Let's see here. So we got the steps in here, first of all. We don't have any user-defined waypoints. It's all standard waypoints, but we do have steps. So Donq 31, Lukti back to 32, Perdo 34, Konu 33. So these are kind of like east-west direction changes. So I'm not going to worry about those ones. If we have ATC, we'll deal with it then, but we'll worry about the actual step, which is from 32 to 34, happens at Perdo. There it is, Perdo. Step 340. Perdo. And there it goes. And normally it should actually show a step climb.
Here is the load sheet for you.
Like a segment in there as well. Thank you.
No problem. Have a safe flight.
All right. So that's all in there. Let's see if the storage function will work today. So for let's see here, JetBlue 1990. We'll just give it a title that we'll remember what it is. Store active. Worked yesterday, doesn't work today. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So we are going to have to go through this whole flight plan little by little here. I'm going to pull this up on my other screen just so I can follow along. Pardon me. Alright, so we should have after Don Q direct Luck T. That's Lima 454 to Okonu. And then direct Yale from Okonu, Yankee 497 to Subs. Then direct CYN, direct GXU, direct RBV, Victor 249 as far as Metro, and then direct, and that's the arrival there. So that's all in there. It's all in there properly. RadNav, we'll just use auto-tune for departure, secondary straight copy, and then we'll put an immediate return back onto 28 here. So after the discount on the departure, TJSJ, new destination, and we'll put arrival. We don't have an RNAV for 20, or an ILS for 28, but we'll just take an RNAV for 28. No stars required. And this gives us something to look at if we have a dire emergency, we have to return immediately. There's something there. All right, initialization Bravo page, taxi point 2. Let's have a look at the rest of this page here. So for route reserve, we're going to use 0, alternate 1.9, final reserve 1.1. Alternate of Dulles 1.9, final reserve 1.1. And let's zap over here and just grab, we should have preliminary, if not final numbers already. We're taking a bit long to get going here, but that's okay. 2 messages, which means that's a final. 59.3, so we got JetBlue 1990, SJ-KEWR, EWR 59.3, 146 people. 30.7 with a Mac takeoff weight of 27. So 59.3, 30.7. 59.3, 30.7. Come over here and type in 59.3/30.7. Perfect. And then block fuel. So this guy should be done fueling. We called him back and said dispatch actually made a mistake and they want a little more, 16, we'll call it 16.7. So we're just going to do this little cheat way, 16.7, but we could call the fuel guy back and say, hey, dispatch made a mistake, we need about 16.7 in total. And they would have come up and gave you the fuel receipt, and that's, you can tell them at that point, or you can try and catch them while they're actually fueling as well, is what you try to do sometimes. Alright, so there is 16.7. So that is what we need to have now. 16.7 gives us a takeoff weight of 75.8, which probably does not match what we have in the tablet because no. So let's try this one more time here. Sync load sheet takeoff weight 72.7 and 75.8. So let's just go 76 tons, make it easy. And I think the takeoff Mac is correct though at 27. So let's calculate that again. And then we can send it to the MCDU. Not sure if that actually worked or not. Let's check it. Actually, before we even get that far, what we just need to do is a wind check. Average wind, average wind component minus 59. So let's do a wind check first. Minus 59. And the funny thing, and I wish Fenix would simulate this, is when you put in a change here, rather than show the old data, as soon as you've made a change that requires a recalculation of stuff like trip time and fuel burns and stuff like that, it goes blank during all the calculations being made, so you know when the number changes. 11.4, 354 is what we're looking for. 11.3, 353. Wow, that's pretty dang close. Perfect. I love it. Extra fuel, 2.3. So I've got, let's see here, let's call that 1.5 there, plus an extra 600 contingency. 2.1 that takes us very close to our extra 2.3 there, so it's very reasonable. They gave us about 100 kilos extra as well, so that's good. Let's request the actual winds from ACARS. give it a couple seconds. In reality, it usually takes about 4 minutes, so we don't usually sit in this page, but there we go. We want to see them all blue. If it's green, it's not actually being calculated, but blue means it's been successfully inserted when data uplink is inserted for all 3 phases of flight. And we're ready for the perf page. And I swear I clicked on send it to MCDU, but it did not. There we go. So takeoff runway 28, no takeoff shift, flaps 3, 48 degree flex, V1 131, PR 144, V2 147, standard transition 18,000, 1510 across the bottom, 232 is the green dot speed. We will pre-select that for the initial climb. And yeah, prog page 3232, and let's just put TJSJ, so we have a distance readout from our origin if anything goes wrong. 32 is the optimal, 354 is the max, that's fine. GPS primary, nav accuracy high, and we've got navs 0.2, 0.3, that's very reasonable. Alright, we have no ATC clearance. We have just an auto ATC message from VATSIM and squawk code 1546. We did set 1546. Alright, so technical status of the aircraft. We do have the fuel pump MEL. We are going to have to do some stuff here. So while I'm thinking about it, actually, we can go ahead and put on the left and right tank pumps because the fueling is complete. There we go. Fueling is complete. It is bow-rated balanced. We got 4 tons. We got, between the main tanks, we have over 10. We got 11 and something tons in there. So we got lots of fuel to get to an alternate. We do need the 41 to make it all the way to Newark. So we will have to start burning that eventually, but we're not going to do that until we get airborne. We burn some of the fuel out of the main tanks. So that's all good. We can also put on the seatbelt sign. So we've talked about that. Once we get airborne, we'll review that procedure again, but we do have to turn on the center tank and cross-feed pumps manually to make sure that everything gets cross-fed properly to both engines. Other than that, I didn't see any other MELs. There are no other MELs on the aircraft, no other technical snags with the aircraft. Pardon me. And NOTAMs, quick check of TJSJ's NOTAMs. FICON, all wet. We're planning on wet departures. We got a few Sierra taxiways closed. Runway 0826 is closed. That's fine. We're using 1028. SIDS, San Juan. That's it. Nothing affects us really for this departure. So are you ready for the departure briefing?
Go ahead.
A little bit behind schedule, but we do what we can in this business. Alright, so the departure today is the Coney 3 RNAV departure out of San Juan. It's plate 10-3, GPS required, radar required, RNAV 1 for jets only. And let's just check it here against what we got in the box.
Hey guys, all packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Go for it. Yes. Yes, short taxi. Cleared to close. Yes. To hell with you. If you're not going to listen to me, I answered your question like 7 times. Alright. Runway 28, climb heading 281 to 520, then on heading 280, or is assigned by ATC for vectors to a Coney, then on track 327 to Paldi. So it's just a Coney Paldi direct. It's pretty straightforward, and the top altitude is 5,000, so I'm going to set 5,000 feet is set. Noise abatement, we have nothing published for the charts for San Juan. We're going to perform a standard noise 2 departure and probably climb to at least 2,000, if not 3,000 before we turn on course. Let's see here, the MSA is 5,100 feet. We can see that to the north it's all ocean, so we can turn a lot sooner than 5,000 feet. Yeah. Level service, not an issue. We should be able to depart with. We have the airport info page here. Takeoff minimums. Say we're an approved air carrier. Adequate visual reference, 1/4 mile. Otherwise standard, 1 mile. I think we got more than that anyways. It's raining, but it's not raining anyways. All right, so yeah, that's the departure. The performance in the box today for the departure off of runway 28 here in San Juan is a wet runway, no takeoff shift, flaps 3, and flex 48, V1 130, 1 VR 144, P2 147, standard transition 18,000. Does that apply in San Juan? That does apply in San Juan, right? Let's just check the departure procedure here. That'll tell you. If we have a non-standard transition, and there's nothing about a non-standard transition, so I'm going to assume it's a standard transition. Thrust reduction, acceleration, and engine out acceleration are all 1510. The green dot speed, 232s carry forward for the climb. It'll be a managed departure. We've got climb blue, nav blue up. We'll get the autopilot on probably before we make the turn, so probably by about 2,000, 2,500 feet. We'll probably get the autopilot on just in time to make the turn, look down and make the turn, and that's about it. Yeah. Comments, questions, threats. Threat terrain out of San Juan, south of the field more than anything, so we'll make sure we do turn right on departure for 28, and we'll have terrain mode up just to mitigate that threat. We do have some rain moving through the area, so we'll double check the visibility. It looks really good right now, and we do have wet runway numbers for the departure. That's about it, really. Any questions?
No questions.
Cleared to close. Cleared to close. Yes. Yeah. I don't know, this mic is not working for me here. Alright, so we got all that done. We got the APU, we're running on that external power. I think we're all set here, because I've already retracted the bridge, they've closed the doors. I believe we're good to go. Let me just check my tracker and make sure everything is tracking. So we do have flight sims connected, pre-flight stage. That all looks good. You've got some stuff up at the top there to stare at, some information. That all looks good. Before start checklist.
Parking brake.
Set. Set. Set and checked.
Takeoff speeds and thrust.
V1 130, 1 VR 144, V2 147, flexing 48 degrees.
V1 143, VR 143, V2 144. Windows.
Closed.
Beacon.
On.
Before start checklist completed.
Alright, so let's just change this stuff so he does everything correctly here. Pushback required. Takeoff thrust is reduced. Config.
We are ready for pushback.
Threats. Weather. Takeoff runway is 28. Speeds are 31, 44, 47. 31 or 147. And a flex of 48 degrees. Cruising altitude is 32,000 initially, and flexion 2,000, transition altitude 3,000, takeoff CG % 20, I think it was 27 actually. Alright, so he's all ready to go. I think we're all ready. We just got to get you actually hooked up here to the airplane. You are going to move in place, right? There he goes, yep. We're moving. And it's a funky little paint job. I do like this paint job. I saw it. I said I have to fly this one at least once. So this one is called Forever Blue. And it is a very funky little paint job. And I do like that, like, every airplane in the JetBlue fleet is a little bit different. The tails are all a little bit different. They're all unique designs. I really kind of like that. And they all have their own names to them. It's a little charming. I do like it a lot. So I'm going to try and fly a different one every time so you guys get to see different liveries. Because somebody went and put out a whole lot of effort to make a whole lot of really nice JetBlue liveries out there. Alright, sorry guys, just gotta keep that throat good to go here. Alright, so we need tail left today. Alright, so we got the beacon on. You say you're good for brake release. Brakes are off, ready for pushback lane, start televised. Alright. Clearing the bridge. Let's go for it. Starting engine 2. Alright, so we got it open. IAE engines again. I'm not used to them here. We got 17% here. We should have ignition any second now. It's 21%. And as I recall, the fuel valve doesn't open to 25 on this. Goes 25. There's ignition A. Fuel flow. And we do start to get some EGT there. And the engine starts accelerating. And we get a valid N1 value. Alright, she is a bit sluggish to accelerate here, that's for sure. You can see that EGT is starting to creep up towards that limit pretty quickly. We are almost done the start cycle though. There's 50%, the valve closed. Just has to sort of finish accelerating and stabilizing here. And she got pretty close to that yellow line there on that start. Alright. Well, she does look very reasonable. Starting engine 2.
Okay.
Starting engine 1.
Okay.
Alright. Pushback is complete, so let's go ahead. Brakes are set. In front of the pins are moved. Alright, so here comes 20%. Start to see the oil pressure up. She's just very slowly accelerating. You can see the temperature starting to pick up just from compression alone. 25%. There's ignition. There's fuel flow. And now you start to see the light off. There's the definite increase in EGT. Definite increase in N2 speed. N1's picking up. All right, 43%, but you can see that the IAE engines are definitely a lot slower to start, and they definitely get a lot closer to that hot start limit. All right, I did stabilize. Everything's looking good. All right. Engines 2 and 1 are normal. There goes the tug. There goes the pin. Really, there should be one person at least watching the engine, one person kind of watching outside, but I am a single pilot. I will do the best that I can. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Ecam status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
Alright, 0.3 up set. Set and checked.
Rudder trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist completed.
Clear left side.
Clear right side.
San Juan traffic. JetBlue 1990 is pushed back from the terminal. We're taxiing for departure. Runway 28. I was afraid that I was going to have to be a little bit still too coffee to be doing this, but I am a little bit. Alright, so we got some power on. I'm going to turn up the sound of the airplane a little bit because I feel like he's a little bit quiet. The airplane's a little bit quiet. If you think it's too loud, tell me. If they don't think the balance is right. Sometimes it's very hard for me to tell. Brake check. Brake check.
Pressure 0.
Flight control check.
Ready. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
And the rudder.
Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Oh, I love the fact that this pedal disconnect button works. That's such a great innovation.
Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Set and checked.
After landing checklist completed.
I was wondering what he was doing. Taxi checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flap setting.
Config 3.
Config 3. Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Set and checked.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
ECAM memo.
Takeoff, no blue.
Taxi checklist completed.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome on board our flight today.
I'm going to disregard that cabin check blue, although we will wait for the cabin to verbally call us and say they're secure. That's why we're just kind of taxiing slowly right now.
There is an instruction card.
And I find that this is a fun little feature because, like, you don't take off until the cabin is secure, and some of these, sometimes it's quite slow, and that's the way it is in the real world. Sometimes it takes longer than you expect. Flight deck.
The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Thank you. Alright, so the cabin is now secured. We are all fully no green, or we are all fully no blue.
It is our policy that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times while seated.
Alright.
Doors are
Most
clearly
useless
marked
wiper
with
in the world, because
exit
I
signs
swear
and
these
instructions
the
for
bigger the
door
airplane, the
operation.
more useless the wiper, I
Each
swear.
door is equipped with an escape slide. Locate the exit nearest you.
Half the time they barely even touch the windscreen, they just sort of move, but they barely even move the water
In
around.
an emergency, lights will illuminate the aisle.
Alright, we can go a little faster now. Let's get a little power going on here.
If there is a loss of cabin pressure, a panel will open and oxygen masks will appear. Remain seated with your seatbelt fastened and pull
That is a
mask
strategy
forward
sometimes,
to
especially if you know the
start
taxi's
flow
not
of
particularly long, to kind of taxi slowly initially, give the cabin crew time to get secure, give yourself time to do all the checklists, and then kind of pick it up once you're sure everything's done.
Place the elastic band around your head and
If that is part of the scenery, or if that's somebody actually flying.
Secure your own mask
That's actually some
before
VATSIMers.
assisting others. Your seat bottom
Sometimes you never know with these sceneries what's a VATSIM or what's just
pull up and remove the cushion.
part of the airport scenery.
Upon exiting the aircraft, place your arms around the cushion and hold on to the strap located on the back. This is a non-smoking flight. Smoking is not permitted in the cabin or laboratory. Cabin
San Juan
lights
traffic,
will now be
JetBlue
turned off.
1990 is taking position, runway 28 for departure, right turn out northwestbound.
Thank you for your attention.
Alright, nobody seems to be complaining or coming back on frequency at all, so runway entry procedure.
Takeoff runway confirm. Approach path, clear of traffic. Cabin crew be seated for takeoff.
Lineup checklist.
Takeoff runway.
Runway 28 confirmed.
Runway 28 confirmed. TCAS.
TARA.
Packs 1 and 2.
On.
Lineup checklist completed.
Clear left side.
Clear right side.
Alright, you ready to take this one on the roll? Sure.
Anti-ice.
Off.
ECAM status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
Cancel checklist.
Roger.
Takeoff.
Check.
Alright, SRS nav, auto thrust nav blue, auto thrust blue.
Anti-ice. Thrust set 100 knots.
Roger.
V1. Rotate. Positive climb.
Gear up.
Pitch, pitch. Speed, speed, speed. Speed, speed, speed.
This is the most horrible departure ever.
Speed, speed, speed.
Wipers off. Wipers off. You've already used this. Flaps 1. Flaps 1. Cancel checklist.
Roger.
Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Oh my god, sometimes FS2 crew's useless. And I don't know why I couldn't find that flex detent this time. I never have a problem finding it. I never even look. I hear it click and it's fine. And today I couldn't find that flex detent. Frack. That was a terrible departure. That was a terrible, terrible departure. So I looked down to find the flex detent, and of course the airplane pitched way up while I did it. Of course. Flap 0.
Speed checked. Flap 0.
He was stuck in some sort of checklist. I don't even know what checklist he was trying to do. Alright, here we go for 3,000. Anyways, we'll just carry on. That was a horrible, horrible departure, though. That was one of the worst departures I've done in a while. I don't know why I could not find... Alright, let's go ahead and go direct to Coney. That's 3,000 feet. Train off to the west should not be a problem. TAT's 26. We don't need the anti-ice right now. We can manage the speed as we turn northwest. That was a horrible, horrible departure, and I don't know why I couldn't find the flex detent. I think we were somewhere between flex and toga, which is good because you got at least more thrust. I should have just gone for toga and just left it in toga is what I should have done. It would be nice sometimes to have a first officer who actually could do things for you. Like, it's very hard to, it really is, at the end of the day, very hard to fly one of these airplanes by yourself without somebody helping you, even with the basic stuff. Speed, alt star, there's 46 for 5,000. And let's go ahead, just go all the way up. There's 32. Thrust climb, alt blue, flight level 320. San Juan traffic. JetBlue 1990 is clearing the zone 10 miles northwest, climbing through 6,000. Alright, that's final call for San Juan. Back to the standard VATSIM Unicom of 22.8. And yeah, very disappointed. I was disappointed with that departure. It's trying to do too many things at once at the end of the day. Like trying to look down and figure out where the thrust levers are and set the thrust levers while also trying to keep your eyes up front. And I would love to have like an actual throttle quadrant with actual detent so I don't have to listen to the clicks, so I can just find them, so I can just go, so I can just push it forward, click, click. You feel it. You don't have to look, nothing. Airbus has designed a very smart airplane. Unfortunately, it's hard to replicate in the sim with basic thrust levers. You need like a real thrust lever to be able to replicate that action of just going click, click. And it's such a, it's not even like it's a very small kind of light detent. Like it's a very big, hard to miss clunk detent. So you can't miss it in the real world. So just very frustrating when you can't get it. Like I've kind of mastered it. I thought I had mastered it. That is one of the first times in a very long time that I could not find the bloody detent, and I'm going forwards and backwards with the thrust levers trying to find it, while trying to keep my eyes out front, trying to steer down the runway. Should have shoved it forward to the toga detent, just been done with it. Alright, still plus 21, still really good, passing through some moisture, but it doesn't matter right now. Alright, we're on our way though. Not the best departure. I'm going to lose a whole bunch of points for that too, because it pitched way up to like 20 degrees while I wasn't looking at it. Not my best performance by a long shot. Alright, 10,000, climbing flight level 320. Lights off. Wait on the seatbelt. Wait on the seatbelt for just a minute here, just till we get through this last little bit of cloud here. 340 knots. So we are doing cost index 100. We're trying to get to Newark in a real hurry here, just because it is a long flight. It is 1,500 miles, 1,490 still to go. So it's a long flight, so we want to make sure we do get there. Why is the APU not off? There's stuff missing in the Airbus checklist. That, yeah, it's supposed to be part of the flow, but it's not part of the flow in the. It's not part of the flow in our airplane. It's just part of the checklist. We have longer checklists, and that's one thing that I dispute with some of the airlines that have gone with the whole philosophy of like really ultra short checklists. There's something to be said for having a good. What's it called? A good set of flows, a good set of SOPs, but the checklists are there to back you up, and they should cover some of the important stuff. And the APU is really not that crucial, except for the fact that it's burning fuel. And if you don't notice it for an extended period of time, eventually you will get to the point where like you burn too much fuel just running that APU. So, yeah. Our company definitely has a philosophy of longer checklists. Do the flows, do everything properly, but then longer checklists to make sure that everything is done. All the crucial steps are done. And I find that like in this aircraft, in the Airbus has gone a little too far on that. Well, we'll only put the absolutely most critical stuff on the checklist, because there's some other very useful stuff that is some of it is sometimes on, sometimes off. So sometimes it's nice to take that moment to think about it. Like anti-ice is one that's on there, but that's a good one to have there, because it's not even a flow item. It's an item that requires conscious thought. Some days it's on, some days it's off. But we need to talk about it. We need to say, which day is it today? Is it an anti-ice on, anti-ice off day? It's obviously, we're in a warm climate. It's a very much an anti-ice on kind of day, but it's one of those ones where you need to stop and think about it. Same with the APU. The APU sometimes has to be run for the departure to put the packs on the APU for departure. So that's another one that the APU master should definitely be in the list of. Is it on or is it off? So I find there's a few things. I find that the standard Airbus checklist is a little bit on the short side. There are some useful items on that checklist that are not covered. Or there's some useful items that are not on the checklist that should be on the checklist. It should be covered. I know Airbus says we rely on the pilots to know their flows, and that's good, but the checklist is there to back up the flows. No pilot's going to perfectly do their flow 100% of the time. Whether because they're a little bit sick, a little bit tired, something like, people are going to forget stuff, or maybe they're just new to the aircraft, or maybe they switched from the right seat to the left seat, so everything's a little bit different. You're doing a slightly different set of flows. There's going to be, a dozen or more reasons why a pilot might forget one particular item in a flow, and it might feel wrong, but sometimes it's hard to put your finger on why does it feel wrong. That's why the checklists are there, is to check the stuff that's been done in the flow, check the crucial stuff to make sure it's done and done properly. Alright, anyways, we're in our climb out here. We're going through Waconee. At Don Q, we kind of take that turn northbound. And let's have a quick look here. So we did go through 10,000. Nothing to detune. Secondary, we'll recopy that. And prog page says we're still good up to 357. We're planned at 320 initially, so that's good. Cabin is building up pressure for 4 psi differential. 121.5 guard is up on number 2. Fuel check here. So we've got, let's call it 600 aside burn, so that's 1,200 burned, plus the 15.5, that's just about 16.7. That's exactly where it should be. And now here's a debate I've had, and with fellow pilot, because I've seen similar MELs before, and when it says fuel in the quantity in one wing inner tank is less than 4,500. See, and I've read it, I think ours just says one wing tank, but doesn't specify inner or outer, so we have to wait till the wing tank is, one of the wing tanks reaches below 4,500, and that's when we start the cross-feeding operation. So why do we have to wait for it to fall that much? Well, the thing with the fuel tanks, or with the fuel system, and this is true of pretty much every jet, is that the pump system puts more fuel to the engine than the engine could ever possibly use. The whole idea being that we don't ever want the engine to be starved of fuel. We don't want it to have insufficient fuel arriving. So the pump systems are always designed to deliver more fuel to the engine than the engine could ever use. And then part of that fuel is then recycled from the engine and sent back to the fuel tanks. And that serves a couple purposes. The first purpose, of course, is that, like I said, we never have an insufficient amount of fuel running to the engine. So if the fuel, like right now, the engine's using 2,400 kilograms per hour. I think on takeoff it uses about 3,000 kilos per hour. So the pumps at a minimum at all times will send at least a little over 3,000, so I'm going to just say 3,300 kilos per hour to the engine. And the engine's only going to burn 3,000 or even 2,300 of it right now. So 1,000 kilos per hour extra is reaching the engine. So where does it go? It gets circulated back into the fuel tank. This way we ensure that we've always got enough fuel there, enough fuel reaching the engine. But the other thing too is that fuel serves other purposes. It often is used to cool some of the engine oils and even the IDGs. So the IDGs through the IDG oil. So the engine oil gets pretty warm, obviously, as the engine is running. What are we up to here? We're up to 120 degrees Celsius. It would run even hotter if we didn't run some of this cold fuel from the wings. So the fuel in the wings is, well, it's 19, 20 degrees, but it's a lot cooler than 120 degrees. So it's sucking some of that heat away. And not only does it suck the heat away from the engine oil and the IDG oil to keep those components cool, but it also then heats up the fuel tank. So when we go up to 32,000, 36,000, the temperature outside is minus 60 for hours and hours of minus 60 winds blowing over those fuel tanks. The fuel tanks don't...
Standard cross-checked, passing flight level 183.
Roger. So when we're flying along at these high altitudes with super cold air, minus 60 degree air blowing over our wings at an incredible rate of speed, so sucking away a lot of heat from that fuel tank, the fuel doesn't cool to the point where crystals form in the water. Excuse me, or crystals form in the fuel. So all jet fuel, good morning, I can't see your name behind my other window there. Aquatic Cookie 1, good morning, welcome to the stream. So what I was saying was that all jet fuel has a little bit of water in it. It's impossible to make like jet fuel and transport it around and not get a little bit of water in it. Any tank that's not completely full, if there's a little bit of moisture in the air and the tank is cool, then you can always get a little bit of condensation on there. So there's always the assumption that there's some water in all jet fuel. It diluted in the fuel. It's usually a very small amount, and we do have ways of trying to remove it as the jet fuel passes through the system. As it passes through the truck, there'll usually be water collectors and filters and things like that, but there's always going to be some water in the system. And that water will start to crystallize in the fuel at generally around minus 34 to minus 41, depending on whether you're dealing with Jet A or Jet A1, which are the two major grades of jet fuel that we have in the industry. So, if you have minus 60 degree air running past that airplane wing and the fuel cools to minus 45 or 50 degrees because of all that cool air running past the wing, there's a chance that water crystals could, that water in the jet fuel could form ice crystals. So it can actually freeze while it's suspended in the jet fuel, and then those crystals can clog pumps, intakes, filters, all those other things that prevent the actual fuel from flowing to the engine. So part of the reason why we return some of this extra fuel from the engine after heating it with engine oil and IDG oil is that it also keeps the tanks warmer. So very seldom will you get the tanks down to even minus 30 as you're flying. And you'll watch this even today, where we'll be cruising at 32,000, 34,000. The temperature's going to be maybe not that cold, but it's going to be cold. You'll see that the fuel in the tank stays a lot warmer than the outside air temperature. And part of that is due to the fact that we return some of this warm fuel back to the... we return some of this warm fuel from the engines back into the fuel tanks. The byproduct of this, though, is that we can't pick which tank the fuel flows back into. So in the Airbus, the extra fuel always goes back into the inner tank. So it circulates through the engine, and then the excess fuel that's not used by the engine gets dumped into the inner tank. However, if we're draining fuel out of the center tank, but then dumping it back in the inner tank, then the level of the inner tank will actually rise. Even though we're not directly transferring fuel from the center tank to the inner tank, indirectly through the engine, we're getting it back to the back into the inner tank. So this is why we have to let it drain down to 4,500 kilos to give it some space, some margin, to dump some fuel into that tank before we can actually turn on these pumps and let these start circulating. So that's the whole purpose of the MEL. We're going to have to do this all manually, and we're coming up to that point now. We're down to 4,700 kilos, so another 5 minutes or so here, we'll probably be down to 4,500 kilos. We can turn on the center tank pump per the MEL and start actually sending some of that fuel through the engines. Even if we didn't have the MEL, this is still how the system works. We just normally it just functions completely automatically without us doing anything. But just because the one center tank today is one center tank pump is unusable today, we've got to manually instigate the process and manage it to make sure that it does send the fuel to both sides in a very balanced fashion. And especially because we have to open the crossfeed. Anytime you open the crossfeed in an airplane, the fuel crossfeed is one of those switches where we get nervous about touching it, and we've seen what can happen. Bad things can happen when it's not respected. What was it, Transat 232, I think, where they went gliding across the ocean because pardon me, because the captain didn't believe they had a fuel leak. So there was a fuel imbalance that formed. The captain did not believe it was a fuel leak, thought there's no way there could be a fuel leak. So we started transferring fuel from the tank that still had fuel into the tank that didn't have much fuel left, not realizing that it was leaking fuel, and that so he was losing all his fuel. The first officer saw what was kind of coming, and he believed it. Seatbelts off. But he believed it. He saw what was coming. He's like, it doesn't add up. I think we're leaking fuel. And the captain's like, there's no way. And it's funny because, like, it doesn't happen very often, but it could be a very serious situation if you develop a fuel leak. If half the fuel leaks out of the airplane before you get a chance to use it, or a good portion, and one tank ends up running dry, you get problems with engines. You won't have enough fuel to get to where you need to go. So that crossfeed valve is something we don't open very often. We get very, maybe not nervous about it, but we're very cautious about it. Cautious is probably the better word. We're very cautious about using that crossfeed valve because we've seen what can happen. And Airbus redesigned their procedures after that Air Transat incident to really kind of emphasize that only if you 100% believe there's no fuel leak do you crossfeed that fuel. If you believe for any reason that there might be a fuel leak, if you even suspect it, just a little hint, maybe it's a possibility, never open that crossfeed valve. We'd rather leak away half the fuel in the airplane and have at least half the fuel still left over than just leak away all the fuel, which is what Transat did. And it was a poor decision. I can get that sometimes, though. Like it was the wrong choice, and unfortunately, we've had to learn from that choice now. So at the time, like the idea of a fuel leak to the degree where the airplane was not going to have enough fuel to get to its destination was basically almost unheard of in a generation. Really, like the automated airplanes, everything works so well, everything is well maintained. The idea that we could get to that point with a fuel leak where we would lose enough fuel that we have to divert, and even part of the discussion, I think, was also just kind of the fact that, like, the company's going to crucify us if we go and we divert and we land somewhere with all that fuel still in the tanks. He thought the captain believed it was a computer problem he was dealing with. He thought the computer was measuring the fuel wrong or was indicating something wrong. Didn't believe that the fuel actually had leaked out of the airplane. That being said, I think his notion that the company would crucify him for landing with an airplane full of fuel, I think, is probably a little bit of an exaggeration. I don't think any company is going to crucify you for taking a safe course of action. If you're presented with some unusual reading, something that does not seem right, and there's a very possibility that if those readings are correct, that it could lead to some serious consequences. I don't think most companies are going to really say, hey, you made the wrong choice. Most companies are going to back you. If the company's not going to back you, then maybe you need to work for another company. Maybe you need to ask that question about why do you feel like you're not going to get backed? Why do you feel like you're not getting the support from the company? You need to ask that question. Because fun story, we just did that. we just this past weekend we had to divert our flight because we couldn't land at our destination, and it was completely unexpected, totally unexpected. There was a forecast of some light showers, and at the moment we happened to be doing the approach, which of course we were already way behind schedule by a couple of hours, but at the moment we have to be doing the approach, came down final, got to minimums, and just literally nothing, just a wall of gray rain in front of us. Couldn't see a single light, couldn't see anything underneath us, couldn't see anything. We had to do a go around. We really didn't expect it. We kind of saw that the rain showers were kind of coming towards that airport. We said, oh, it's going to be raining a little bit when we get there. We did not think it was going to be heavy enough to the point where we couldn't even see the runway. Like, that really completely, I hate to say caught us off guard, because we saw it coming like a couple minutes, like a minute or two before it happened. But like, you know, from 5 or 10 minutes before we did the approach, had no inkling that we would not land at our destination. It was just you know, another routine flight. We're just on our way. Yeah, look, a few rain showers, but nothing in the forecast that said that we were not going to make it. And so it was it really did catch us off guard that we did not land. And so we ended up doing a go around, and pretty much as soon as we did the go around, it's like immediate diversion. We didn't we didn't even, you know, take more than maybe about 20 or 30 seconds to evaluate. It's like we took one glance at the amount of fuel we had left in the tank. It's supposed to be a nice VFR day, you know, maybe, like I said, the chances of rain showers, but there was nothing about reduced visibility or low ceilings that would ever indicate we were never going to get in. And yeah, so we had been given a little bit of extra fuel, but at the end of the day, it really was not much. But by the time we did the go around, we were looking at probably, I think it was less than 20 minutes of extra fuel beyond what we need to get to our alternate. So we kind of looked and we just said, well, we don't know how long it's going to take to clear. We're not gonna hang around and land at the alternate with minimum fuel. So we just immediately commenced the diversion, and ended up landing. We flew about 100 miles away to our alternate airport. We actually didn't even fly to our alternate airport. Our alternate airport was one of those technical alternates where it's like, well, it looks good on paper, but it's one of those ones where, like, do you really want to actually go there? Because it's a relatively small airport. We opted, no, we're going to go to the international airport because it's a company station. Our flight was not destined to go there, but we have lots of flights that do go there. So we have company personnel, we have fuel contracts, we have managers, and all these things in place, all these procedures in place. If we gone to the other airport, it was not an online company station, it was an alternate. There is some airline service, but not from our airline. So we would have had to deal with trying to make sure to establish fuel and find a gate, even try to find communication channels. Who can we talk to about this and all this other stuff. So the captain ended up making the choice, but I 100% stood behind him, and I believe in the same situation, I would have made the exact same choice. In that situation, I would have made the exact same choice. I would have chosen the big international airport where we have services, where we have multiple gates, lots of agents available, basically lots of support. So we didn't even have time to really talk to dispatch about it, just because it was pretty short. We were looking at it, we're like, we don't have a whole lot of fuel here to mess around. We're going to make this choice. It's a reasonably safe choice. Could we have hung around and held for 10-15 minutes? We could have, but we probably would have only had about 5 minutes of hold. We would have had to try to do the approach again, and then we would have been limping over to the alternate with just like, we're going to get there with a 30-minute reserve in the tank, and that's it. We both kind of looked at each other. We're like, we don't want to be there. As it was, when we got to the gate at the alternate, the low fuel warning came on just as we got to the gate and shut down the engines. So, you know, it's one of those things where is anyone going to question the decision making? They might question it just from could you have looked at it better? Is there just something different? Is there something we could have done differently as a company? Could we have, should we have put more fuel on there? Is there something we missed? Even the dispatcher, they sent us a message after we sent a quick ACARS message, just said we're diverting to Los Angeles. He just said, understand you're diverting to Los Angeles. What's the reason? And we just kind of looked down at it. We're just like, we don't have time. We have, it's less than a 20-minute flight. I think it was 19 minutes from the time we did the go around to the time we landed at the diversion airport. That's 310 climbing 320. And when you're doing that, there's so much you've got to do. You've got to get weather information for the alternate airport. You've got to check the NOTAMs, make sure everything's up and running. You've got to tell ATC what you're planning to do. You've got to go and tell the back end, tell your flight attendants, tell your passengers what you're going to do. You've got to set up a new flight plan, program an approach, brief an approach. We didn't bother to crunch landing numbers because the international airport we're going to, the runway was facing the same way as the airport we didn't land at, but it was 4,000 feet longer. So I just kind of took one glance at it. I said, are you happy with this landing performance data from 5 minutes ago for this airport we didn't land at? He's like, yeah, that's fine. if it says we can land on that runway down there with, I think, with 7,500 feet, I think we can land on 11,000 feet of runway. Mach Alt Star. And Mach Alt Cruise procedure. So I'm just going to take a quick look through the flight deck, make sure every switch is in the right position, that nothing's been switched on or off that shouldn't be. And I was talking about the fuel, I forgot to look at it. I'll look at it as soon as I've done my flow here. Let's just have a quick look. I'm going to put airport on my side as well here. I just got to see relative where all the land is. There we go. So Cuba and Dominican, Cuba, all those airports are out there. Even Bahamas as we go here. We've definitely burned enough fuel here. Just give me 1 second and we'll start crossing. We'll start this operation here. Alright, he started the timer when we took off. That's fine. We're at 22.8. Alright, quick look through all of the instruments here. So engines, everything appears to function normally. Vibrations are pretty low on the engines, it looks good. Bleed systems are looking pretty reasonable and definitely matched on both sides. Just have a quick glance through the systems, just make sure everything is running evenly, everything looks good. That's very normal there. When the gear comes up, it actually takes a lot of hydraulic fluid to move into the gear pistons to push them up. So it's normal for in-flight for you to be below the green arc on the green system. Alright, fuel is pretty balanced. We're going to go back to that in a second. APU's not on. Conditioning. Everybody's pretty happy. Pretty cool. Everything's armed. Pressures are good. Brake temps are good. Flight controls are pretty neutral. Alright, so let's go back to fuel. So we are below 4,500. And so just to bring up the MEL again one more time to confirm we are doing this correctly here. When the fuel quantity in one wing inner tank is less than 4,500, operative center tank pump switch on and crossfeed push button on. When the quantity in one wing tank increases above 5,500 kilos, we put the crossfeed off and the center tank pump off. Alright, so put center tank pump 1 on. That's the one that works. It's pump 2 that's malfunctioning, and the cross feed on. And so now it's going to feed from this left side number 1 pump to both engines, and we'll just watch to make sure. I don't think it's going to reach 5,500. We have well, no, actually no, we have 2 grand actually. We could, yeah, it might. So we'll keep an eye on it. But that's the MEL, so it's something a little bit different, something that actually requires a little bit of attention on our part. So we are going to have to keep on kind of monitoring that, make sure that we don't overfill those wing tanks at this point. And yeah. Yeah, what was it about? Yeah, so the diversion. So, you know, Pichet's comment that, and I don't know if that was actually realistic, if that was just Mayday, perhaps embellishing it a little bit, but the comment that, you know, they'll crucify us if we land at Lisbon with an airplane full of fuel. They will not crucify anybody if that's your safest course of action. Did we have enough fuel the other day to hold and to hold for 10 minutes and maybe try the approach again? Probably hold for 5 minutes and try the approach one more time. Yes, we did, but the rain shower came so suddenly, and we were looking at how close we were to minimum fuel. The trouble with diverting too is that, like, you're diverting to an international airport, a major international airport that's quite busy. There's no guarantee you're going to get in quickly. You know, there might be some delaying factors. It might take longer than you think. Like the diversion fuel that you put into the system here. So if I can go to it here, I can't bring up the init Bravo, but your alternate fuel 1.9. That is based on a very specific flight profile here that oftentimes you will not get. If I can pull up my flight plan here, that 1.9 diversion fuel is based on some very specific assumptions. So a very specific route. So like for today's diversion here, it's direct from Newark. We do a go around in Newark. We climb immediately to our altitude of flight level 260. We fly direct to park and direct to the field, and we can do an approach there in Dulles. But That's based on reaching this flight level, which oftentimes the alternate routings are often planned quite high. The computer just crunches the most optimal numbers and gives you basically the minimum amount of fuel that will get you there, but assuming you get to 260. If ATC has a problem or they don't get you climbing right away or turn right away, you're burning into your fuel very quickly. It's also predicated on flying at cost index 0, long-range cruise, so there's no way to kind of even slow down and get even more fuel out of the tanks. It's based on already long-range cruise. So, you know, this 1,900 kilos to make the 47-minute trip, 236 miles is the route that's given. It's not even very long. Like, it's direct. It's 223, 236, plus a little bit of time to do an approach, but it's really no extra fuel at the end of the day, or very little extra fuel. So the kind of the way everybody looks at it is you don't want to just wait until you have exactly alternate fuel plus final fuel. So in this case we have 1.9 and 1.1, so 2.9 in total. You don't want to wait till you have exactly 2.9 fuel in the tank and then say, okay, now we're diverting. You don't want to leave yourself in the lurch. You don't want to leave ATC in the lurch. You want to give yourself some buffer. These are like bare minimums. It's not wait until 2.9 and then divert. If you leave at 2.9, you will get there with exactly your 30-minute reserve if everything works out perfectly per the plan here, and the odds of that happening are not great. So yeah, we did have a little bit of extra fuel above the minimum diversion fuel, but we looked at it, we said it's really not much. We don't want to risk it on another attempt and then be you know, begging to try and get in quickly at the alternate, where we want to have, you still want to have a little bit of buffer. Yes, you're going to the alternate. Yes, the plan did not go according to plan. You still want to have a buffer, 100%. So so yeah, so that's what we ended up doing. Are we going to get called out on the carpet? Is the company going to crucify us because we went to the alternate when we still had a little bit of extra fuel in the tank? I'm not a manager, but I'm going to say that based on the philosophy I see of this company, nobody's going to ask twice about it. They're going to say, did you make what you thought was the best decision at the time? Did you have a whole lot of fuel left over? If we'd had an extra 2 tons of fuel above and beyond what we need to divert, then okay, people might ask questions, but we only had like 10 or 15 minutes of extra fuel, if even that, to hold and do another approach. It was not a lot. So I don't think anybody's going to say boo about it. In all honesty, they might ask a couple questions like, "Hey, did you know the weather was going to change? What was the thought process? If there's any questions that are going to come up, it's going to be more from the side of what did we do wrong here, and what can we do to improve the process and make it better and make sure that next time we don't get stuck in this situation." And part of being that airline pilot too is accepting that this is the company's fuel policy. You can always take what's called the granny gas, which is just the old lady gas, the gas that you take because I'm always worried and I always want to take a little bit of extra gas. And granny gas is always, it's one of those concepts. It's gas that never appears on paper, but you're just like, yeah, okay. So the flight plan says 17 tons. Make it 17.5. Make an extra 500 tons. Don't tell anybody we're putting that extra 500 kilos in there. That's just for the wife and kids. That's just to make sure I make it home tonight. And a lot of people like that concept of the granny gas, but at the end of the day, like, a lot of the stuff has been factored in at the airlines. And the fact that we diverted, it cost the airline money. That's part of, but it is at the same time, it's part of the cost of doing business. That there's an assumption that a certain percentage of flights are going to have to divert if you use a very lenient fuel policy. And not to say that it's an illegal fuel policy or that it's below minimum, but just you don't carry around a lot of extra, because extra fuel costs money. It costs money to carry it around because you're going to have to burn extra fuel carrying around that extra weight. So there's a point where that trade-off happens, where over the course of the year, yeah, I never diverted, but the amount of extra money we spent on me carrying around extra fuel all year so I wouldn't have to divert every single time, it's not practical. So every airline has to find their line where they kind of want to draw it and say, what's the normal fuel we're going to put in the airplane, what's the normal buffers we're going to have, and certainly if weather or ATC situations look like they're going to be worse than normal, then we'll absolutely increase the buffer. But the buffer can often be pretty low if it's going to be a really nice day, we're not anticipating any ATC delays, all that kind of stuff. The buffer can be pretty low, with the expectation that if it doesn't work out, the buffer was too low, you're going to divert. There are going to be a certain percentage of flights that are going to divert, but that percentage is generally low enough that the airlines can eat that cost and save money versus the cost of carrying around extra fuel on every flight that they do to never have to divert. It's a cost-benefit analysis has been made. The airlines have made it, and it's up to the pilots to execute that plan and be ready and willing to make that choice to divert when the time comes. I think the only thing that might come out of this diversion is just simply, is there anything we could have done? And when I say we, I mean not so much the crew, but the company. Is there anything we could have done to have avoided this, foreseen this, or handled it better? And I have to say that I was pretty impressed with the overall handling of the diversion. By the crew, the passengers were a little bit understandably irate, and of course, yeah, absolutely, we didn't get them where they wanted to go at the time they wanted to. They were already a couple of hours behind from a delay getting an airplane earlier in the day, and then we put them another 2 hours behind. So yeah, absolutely, things did not go according to plan. But was it the safest course of action? Absolutely, 100%. I stand behind the fact that it was the safest course of action at the time, and I don't think anyone's going to argue that fact or you know, call us out on the carpet and crucify us because we made that choice. It was the safest choice at the time, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. I think it was absolutely the best choice to make at the time. Didn't have a whole lot of time to analyze and say how long before the weather gets better and do we really have time. The other thing too is that even while we're kind of still making this choice, we could hear the airplane on the approach behind us also missing the approach, and then the airplane behind them also missing the approach. And we heard them say the same thing. Yeah, we want to divert to the same airport. We're thinking to ourselves, yeah, it's a good thing we're at the start of this line and people start to divert here because it might be getting quite busy at this airport. Mind you, they have lots of runways, but nevertheless, like, you can't just throw an infinite amount of traffic. You know, this airport had its own traffic to begin with. You can't throw an infinite amount of diversions at it before it starts to buckle as well. So kind of good to be the first one to divert there. And it did work out really well because it was a company station. We we were able to get a hold of the company station on the radio inbound just to let them know we were coming, just to give them a quick heads up when we were about 10 minutes out. Hey, we're diverting over to your station. Just to let you know, we'll be on the ground about 10 minutes and we'll talk to you more on the ground. Just give them that heads up so they can start looking at stuff and say, oh yeah, look, they are diverting here. Do we have a gate we can get them? You know, what kind of services we can start talking to customs about, you know, getting permission to go back to that airport again. Start, you know, already getting fuel and stuff like that. So I was quite impressed. There wasn't a gate available when we landed, but about 10 minutes after, there was a company airplane on the gate. They pushed back about 10 minutes after we arrived, and we went over to the gate. We got turned around in less than an hour, which is pretty good in the airline business for something unexpected, especially. Like, we were honestly expecting it to be worse than it was. It felt like things happened pretty quickly. We got a flight plan after probably about 5 or 10 minutes on the ground. We made some announcements to the passengers, kept everybody on the airplane. We're just going to refuel, take a whole bunch more fuel, and go and land. And probably, chances are, by the time we landed, the weather had cleared out, and it was back to being not quite sky clear, but definitely wide open again, good enough to get in. So we fueled up. They loaded us a whole bunch of extra fuel, like an hour and a half of extra holding fuel, and sent us on our way again. Sometimes that's just the way it happens, especially because it was also it was a long flight. It was a transcontinental flight. It was 6 hours long. We didn't, you know, didn't have a whole lot of extra room to take extra fuel anyways. But if we'd lugged an extra 30 minutes of fuel all the way to our destination that day, it probably would have cost us about 5 minutes worth of extra fuel just to carry that fuel around. You know, a couple 100 kilos at least of extra fuel burned just to carry 30 minutes of extra fuel, when it wasn't even supposed to be bad. It was very weird. Just a rain shower at the exact wrong moment just caught us. It caught us and a whole bunch of other people, and yeah, it's just the way it happens. You got to make those decisions. We made the safest choice. We carried on to an alternate that was very safe. Lots of services available. We got turned around really quickly. Got our customs paperwork in order. Got our fuel. You know, new flight plan entered in the computer. Everything, got on our way, and basically, it was a little less than 2 hours after we did the go around that we were back on the ground at the destination. So it was an interesting experience. It's very reaffirming to see that the stuff did come together. I felt a little bit bad about not giving the dispatcher any more information, but we kind of looked down at it and we're like, we're already kind of like in a critical, you know, sterile phase of flight. The last thing we need is, you know, to be distracted by sending a message that wasn't really going to have an impact. You know, we didn't want to tell him. It's not that we didn't want to tell him, but it's a matter of workload management, prioritization. What's more important? Well, let's get the airplane on the ground at the destination. He knows we're diverting. The dispatcher knows we're diverting. We did send the diversion message. He doesn't know the reason why. And yes, that will impact his flight planning, but it just came down to just workload management. There was a lot of stuff going on. I happen to be the pilot monitoring, not the pilot flying, so my workload especially was just like, as soon as we did the go-around, was just through the roof. I was just, pulling up weather and reprogramming the airplane and talking to ATC as well, and sending that diversion message and going through the diversion checklist to make sure we hadn't missed anything, and just programming the new approach and briefing the pilot flying on the approach really quickly and making sure everything was tuned in and minimums. Yeah, all this stuff. Like, there was a lot of stuff to do. I had a very high level of workload, so that was the task that was one task that we ended up just sort of axing and saying, you know what, on the grand scheme of what's important and what's not, that's pretty far down the list. That is not important right now. We'll deal with it if we have a chance, but at that point, it's like we're already like 30 miles, 20 miles from the alternate airport from where we're flying to now. Like, we were already getting set up for the approach. We're in descent. Pineapple Man 787-9. Am I using Sidbit World for a pilot's life? I absolutely am. Here you go. This is there we go. It's tracking our flight right now, and I have been doing this now live here on Twitch for 12 seasons. So I've set up 12 different schedules, and we are now into the second episode of season 12. So there's my schedule coming up for the rest of the season here, and it's almost easier to see it on the schedule map here. So here's what we're doing right now. San Juan to Newark. Newark, we go down to, I believe it's down to Tampa, back up to Kennedy, back down to San Juan, I think. Yeah, San Juan, back over to Orlando, up to DCA. That's always fun. I love DCA. Can't wait to do that leg. Back down to Fort Lauderdale, and then over to New Orleans. So it's kind of a fun little, it's not all out and back. Yeah, there's a little bit of an out and backy nature to some of it, but there's a few triangles, a few things that, yeah, Newark, yeah, I know. Who wants to go to Newark? Exactly. See, that's what's in the stream title, right? Who wants to ever go to Newark? But we're going to Newark. But I do have the Derzwiecki. It is the Derzwiecki, right? Yeah, the Derzwiecki Newark scenery. Looks really good, and we're going to go pull up in the new terminal in Newark. And I have to say, like, I've been to Newark many times. That old terminal, what a pile of garbage. What a piece of concrete garbage. That place was horrible. It was just so outdated. I mean, that's the biggest thing, is it came from like that 60s like brutalist concrete architecture. The funny thing though is that the new terminal, it's very open and airy, but they kind of kept the big kind of concrete pillars that support the roof. They kind of took that same design style and moved it over into the new terminal, but it's so much lighter and airier, even though it does kind of have this little homage to the brutalist architecture that was part of the original terminal building. But yeah, I have flown to Newark many times in real life, and I've been to the new terminal a handful of times. It's only opened, what, 2 years ago? I used to go there all the time. I go there very infrequently, but I am going actually am I going at the end of this month or next month? I do have another flight scheduled back to Newark. I can't remember if it's the end of this month or next month, but yeah, the new terminal is very nice, and it's so nice to see, like, finally, like, a lot of these airports investing money. They've also changed the layout so it's a little bit more efficient. The old style kind of satellite terminals that they used to have in Newark. Let me just see if I can pull up the chart here. You ended up with these very kind of congested alleys where there was a lot of effort to get in and out of these airports. So the new design. So yeah, here's the old terminal, right? So it's got these, the kind of the walkway down to the circular concourse thing here. So these old ones, you ended up with some very congested alleys sometimes. You'd often have to wait 5 or 10 minutes for one airplane to push. They got to go off, another airplane's coming in, then your turn to push. It took a long time. So the new Terminal A here, very kind of long, linear design. And actually, if I pull up the apron chart here, it's actually even easier to see. If this will show me here. What am I looking for here? No, apron, parking gates and coordinates. Oh, that's San Juan, that's why. Looking at the wrong airport. My apologies. Terminal A and B parking spots. This one here. But you can see now they've also got like parallel taxi lanes. So there's a center wide body lane, but as long as you're dealing with narrow bodies, which is 80% of the traffic, you can even have like one coming in, one going out at the same time. So a much more efficient design, a lot less congestion getting in and out of this terminal than the old terminal used to have. The old terminal used to be very space constrained, and you'd have to wait. So some of these other terminals still look like this. You've got one lane in, and that's it. It's the same lane in or out. So like if you're parking over here, you got to wait for everybody over here to push out of your way. Likewise over here. Like it's It was very congested. It was very rough to get in and out of there. And not only that, but the place was dank. It was old. It was the ceilings used to be really low. The airports used to be a lot more utilitarian. They didn't used to be like the architectural marvels that they are now. So you'd often end up with, especially the concourses and the gating areas, you'd often end up with a very low ceiling, like a 10-foot ceiling, like not super low, but like in a crowded public area, a 10-foot ceiling is not very high. So it always felt very oppressive. It felt like you're kind of trapped inside. Now it's a very, you know, it's probably like 16, 20, 30-foot ceilings with lots of glass walls, very open, very airy, and it feels just a lot nicer. Not only that, but the old terminal, it used to stink too. So every time it rained, the terminal stank. Smelled a bit like human waste. It was not pleasant. I don't know if the washrooms got backed up or if it's just the area it was in, but oh, it was horrible. It was not a nice terminal to go to. All right, let's just check up quickly here on our fuel crossfeed, our fuel operation here. So we are feeding from the center tank into both engines. It's staying pretty even, as you can see, so it is feeding. We were at about 4,400. We're up to 4,500 now in each inner tank. So the fuel is slowly feeding to the engines, and some of it is recirculating back, but it hasn't gone up. We can get up as high as 5,500. At 5,500, if I recall correctly, unless I've mixed up the numbers here, at 5,500, yeah. When fuel quantity in one wing tank increases about 5,500 kilograms, then we'd have to turn it off. I think at the rate we're going, I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'll probably burn enough fuel before we ever get there. We're also burning fuel quite quickly because we are doing cost index 100, trying to get to Newark relatively quickly. It's a long flight though. Yeah. Anyways, so what else was I going to talk about today? So simming news. Lots of good simming news coming our way. First of all, like I love this airplane, and last time I did this stream, I didn't get enough time to talk about some of the fantastic stuff that has just that has happened in the Fenix. With the release of Block 2 of version 2, they just finished this airplane so nicely. Did I just say nicely? I just said nicely. But they did. They finished it so nicely. Just so much of the stuff. The tablet was redesigned. It runs a lot faster than the old tablet used to. So it used to be a little bit sluggish, kind of loading new apps and switching stuff. It's very quick now, reloading stuff, switching from one app to another. They added a new app for failures. So this is how I actually trigger the failure here. So this is what's MEL today, is the number 2 fuel center tank pump. So you can just come in here and for any of this stuff, you click on it, and then you can of course just fail it directly, or you can pick an arming condition. You can even have multiple conditions, so when any of these events happen, and you can even do it by a particular event. So you can set a V1 cut. As soon as you reach V1, the engine fails or the engine catches fire or something like that, or after the takeoff or after the landing, these things will trigger. So I really like that. They've really kind of thought through. I love the V1 cut, the fact you can trigger stuff to happen at V1. As soon as you reach V1, bing, 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 well, you're continuing, you're committed to flight. So really kind of neat the way they've done some of this stuff here. You can list this just by failed stuff. IRS's alignment, I'm not sure why it says failed there, because they are aligned. They're not failed at that point. You can even see the arm stuff. So it's they've added this. It's still, you can still do it in the MCDU, same as before, but they've added this just as an additional way to kind of access these failures, maybe in a slightly more organized way, slightly easier to kind of see everything. So let's turn off that. Let's turn off that. So a lot easier to kind of see all the different failures. It's a little bit more user-friendly than the FMS interface. What else? Charts are the same. I don't believe anything too much has changed in here. Sim settings, they've increased the amount of sim settings. As you may have heard, there's more announcements than there used to be. The fact that cabin crew calls you, I love the fact that cabin crew calls you to tell you cabin secure on the taxi out. And again, when you're on the descent below 10,000, at some point they'll call you, say cabin secure. The number of times I've had to turn down a takeoff clearance in VATSIM, I'm sorry, the back end's not ready yet. Happens in the real world. Now you've got that, just that simulation now. You're a little bit closer to the real world. Things you've got to think about that maybe you weren't thinking about in the sim before. I wasn't really thinking about the fact that, yeah, I've got to wait for the cabin crew to be secure. It always happens automatically in the sim. Well, guess what? It takes time now, and you've got to actually answer it, and they are secure. Brake fans are now optional, which is great. My airline, we only have brake fans on maybe 5 or 6, maybe 8 of the 320 fleet. Like most of them do not have it, so it's kind of nice to have that as an option. Yes, it could be there. It doesn't have to be. You can still change the ISIS, the standby indicators, whether it's analog or digital. Airline modifiable information. TCAS autopilot. That's a relatively new. Yeah, Fenix did a really great job. That's a relatively new option now, but Fenix does support this, but it's optional. It's not that it's optional, but it is optional. Some airlines are opting not to get the upgrade, that the TCAS resolution's flown by autopilot. So that's optional. All sorts of different ones. The yellow hydraulic steering, that's a nice one too, because that's a very common option. That's a very common variation between different 320s. Some have the hydraulic on the steering on the green system, some of them have it on the yellow system, but both are very common. There's lots of airplanes with both, so the fact that they kind of forced you to the yellow steering hydraulics was kind of annoying before. Nav, go around mode, lateral deviations, default acceleration heights, EFB mount. I love this. You can have a window mount or you can have the frame mount. So the frame mount is where it's actually, I don't know how well you can see it, but it's actually like, there you go. But it's actually bolted to the frame instead of suction cup to the window, which is probably becoming the more common way of mounting the EFB, but hey, whichever one you like. All sorts of stuff. Cabin lights, cabin visibility. Yes, of course, you can do all that. Rudder damping. The controls I find are also a lot nicer. I don't know, auto jet wait, I thought I had that on. I found the controls are a lot nicer than they used to be. It's still not perfect, and occasionally I just slam it down, but I find it's a lot better. Fenix did a really good job, and I'm telling you that as a Boeing fan. Well, and that's the thing, and even Randazzo said that. I have to like this. Like Randazzo said that, even said the same thing in his little live stream Q&A that he did 2 weeks ago. He said that yeah, like someone asked him like, oh, what are you going to do to compete with Fenix? And he's like, we're not really competing with Fenix. Like, we like their product. We think they're doing a fantastic job. We like what they're doing. We're putting a different product out there. You know, at the end of the day, people are buying PMDG or Fenix as much for the level of fidelity as they are for the brand of aircraft. Like, they want to fly the 320 or they want to fly the 37, but I would not say the two are in direct competition by any means. And I think most people, if you're up to that kind of study level aircraft, chances are if you own the PMDG 37, you probably own the Fenix as well, because honestly the Fenix is a good price point, a really good price point for what they're offering. But yeah, he laughed. It's like people are just trying to create like rivalries where none exists. They don't look upon Fenix as a competitor. They really look upon, and I have to like a company that does that. It's like, we're not really trying to undercut or wish ill will on our competitors. We're just going to do our best to put our best product out there. We hope it's the best product. We think it's the best product that we've made. We're going to put it out there for you, and you know, it's up to you to buy it. It's you know, buy it if you want to, but we're not going to trick you into buying it. We're going to just simply tell you what we're offering you. We're going to offer you the best thing we can, and if you think it's worth it, spend the money. And I think a lot of developers do that, especially in the aircraft side of things, because there's not a lot of competition in the aircraft side, because for the amount of development time that goes into an aircraft, for you to do a study level aircraft and somebody else come back and do a study level aircraft, there's not a whole lot of market share for multiple study level aircraft. Now, if you're going to do one study level aircraft, and I know we all hate the moniker study level, but if you're going to do one high fidelity aircraft and then like someone else is going to do the low fidelity version, a lot cheaper, then for some people that's enough. Yeah, am I going to buy the Yeah, exactly. I'm going to probably buy the A380 when it comes out, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, that looks like a fun airplane. That really does, and I'm thinking about it. It could very well be worth it. I haven't committed to it 100%. For me, I think the triple is going to be a pretty easy early buy. I'm definitely going to buy it within the first few weeks of coming out, just watching the fuel slowly increase here. Yeah, it's still good. But yeah, I can definitely see myself adding PMDG's triple. The A380 probably. I have mixed emotions about fly-by-wire. They do great stuff, but they just, certainly with the 320, it still feels like it's not a complete product. There's still lots of stuff to be done on it. So I kind of use that as a little bit of a guide to. I think the A380 is going to be fully up to what I hope for in a high fidelity aircraft. Certainly I'm going to have to look at the reviews and decide for myself, but for me the priority I think is the triple. I think the triple is a fantastic airplane. It's got a nice long hauling capability. I do like the Airbuses, and I do like the look of the A380. I don't like the look of the A380. I mean, I like the look of the product. I honestly, as an aircraft, I really don't like the A380 very much. It's an ugly airplane. It's just a big, giant monstrosity, computer design monstrosity. Give me the 47 any days. I hope PMDG does bring the 47 to MSFS, because that to me is the ultimate airplane. That the 47 really was the 400 series of the 747 was the epitome of aviation. Just a beautiful airplane, still designed when guys were working with slide rules and everything. But she's absolutely is the queen of the skies. But yeah, the triple definitely, and the 321. When the Fenix 321 comes out, that's going to be the other thing, because the 321 it's such a fun airplane. It's such a hauler, and it's funny because like you get those days where you get a long haul flight in the 321, and you're dealing with a high airport, and you're looking at, you got full tanks of gas because you got to go a long way, and you got full people in the back, and you're looking at it, and you're like, you're looking down here at your takeoff speeds, and you're saying, hey, look. The minimum clean speed, the green dot speed, is 248. So between the flap retraction altitude and 10,000 feet, we're going to be our airspeed margin is going to be between 248 and 250. It's just like wow. And some days it just lumbers off the runway. She doesn't climb in a hurry, but I do like that airplane. But GSX integration too as well. I mean, that is super tight with Fenix now, and I love the fact that they've really kind of leaned into this, and apparently PMDG is leaning into this now. Randazzo says he doesn't really use GSX himself, he doesn't really like it, but he says lots of his beta testers and his development team do use it, so GSX integration is coming. What that means is yet to be revealed, but with the 777, apparently GSX integration is going to be a big thing. And I do like when the manufacturers kind of lean into this and just say, you know what, everyone's using it. You know, there was the third-party Fenix to GSX software that basically bridged the gap, and every time you did stuff in the Fenix, it would automatically make stuff happen in GSX. Like, what a fantastic little piece of software that just ran in your tray. Didn't do a whole lot, just sort of monitored and watched, and then activate all the GSX stuff when you needed to. And that's the way the real world works. In the real world, I don't sit there and say, okay, call for catering. Okay, call for fuel. Okay, call for boarding. Pretty much they'll start boarding at the appropriate time, whether you're there or not. As long as the flight attendants are on board, they'll call for boarding. Fuel, as soon as the dispatcher makes a flight plan and there's a fuel load listed, fueler comes over and fuels it automatically. Catering brings stuff automatically. The pilots do not do this stuff. So I get it, like GSX has to have some sort of way of activating it, but I just love these developers that are now integrating it and saying at certain points in the preparation process, these things are going to trigger automatically, so you don't even have to think about it. They'll come and they'll happen, but you don't have to think about it. So fuel, catering, boarding, all happens automatically now. Pretty much with the Fenix to GSX trigger criteria. Once you load the flight plan into the tablet, it'll start fueling catering. As soon as fueling catering are done, then boarding starts. As soon as you turn on the beacon light with the parking brake set, it'll call the tug for pushback. Exactly. Don't you as a pilot ask for peanuts from the catering? Yes. That's what we're doing. Some days we do, and to say we never do it, because some days we will. Like the cabin crew will come up and say, hey, catering's still not here. We're supposed to leave in 10 minutes. And be like, okay, well, I'll pick up the radio and call them. But on a normal basis, on a normal day-to-day basis, it happens automatically. You don't normally have to call and ask for these things. Sometimes you have to call and poke people and say, hey, they are still coming, right? Yeah, they know they're behind. Something happened. Somebody hit the one catering truck, or got in an accident, so now we got to call a second one, whatever. Stuff happens. Sometimes you do have to poke and ask questions, but on a normal day-to-day basis, we don't call for catering, we don't call for fuel, we don't call for that stuff. So, yeah, so all of these GSX options now: auto catering, auto select ground handling agent, auto pushback, auto disconnect GPU on pushback. So as soon as you go and turn the beacon on to kind of request the tug, the GPU gets disconnected. So all this stuff kind of happens. Auto connect GPU on arrival. So all this stuff happens automatically. That's the way the real world works now. So that's kind of the what am I trying to say here? But yeah, that's the way the real world works. So like, I'm so happy to see this integration coming. I'm hoping that PMDG is going to do something along very similar lines. But what a change that made. So now I no longer have to run the Fenix to GSX software in the tray. It's included as part of the aircraft. So I absolutely love this. as well. Like, this is fantastic, the GSX integration. And then the other integration that's really fantastic at this point is the tablet integration. So I have my tablet here, and it's got the MCDU built right in now. It's part of the software. And not only that, but like if I tap the button in the corner, it's the whole EFB as well. So there's my EFB. You can see all the buttons with my custom background there, whether I turn it this way or that way. You know, you can do everything. So you can do all the Fenix options and everything else like that. The one thing that I find a little bit funny about the tablet here is that it's actually an independent third EFB. It's not like so the MCDU is the first MCDU, but when you're actually doing the EFB options, when you're trying to do all of when you've got using these apps here, it's a third MCDU. So whatever it's not like whatever you do on your tablet is what's happening on this one. It's a third completely independent, you know, MCDU. So if I bring up charts on here, on this one, this one is still on the GSX screen, or not the GSX screen, but on the Fenix screen, or if I go to the mass and balance page or whatever. But like, you'll notice that it is completely independent of that tablet. So this is the one that's on your tablet device here, or whatever your third device is. It is a completely independent EFB, which is kind of nice in a way. I kind of wish sometimes that it copied what was happening on the captain's EFB, just so like when you're doing takeoff data, it's down there already. Because you know, if I go and calculate the takeoff data on here, come on, you know, and I've got my numbers and everything on here. If I haven't done it on the tablet, then the tablet is still blank. So the tablet's still blank. There's nothing in there. So that's the only thing, is like you can't kind of switch from one tablet to the other. They're not copies of each other, which is a little bit of. It's a mixed blessing. Sometimes it's good, but like when I want to, you know, maybe switch to having the takeoff data on my tablet, well, guess what? I'm going to have to put in all the information and recalculate it again to get it on my third-party tablet. So, let's see here, 4,600. Yeah, getting there. I don't think we're gonna. At this point, I don't think we're going to get these above 5,500. We'll run this till there's 200 kilos left, and then we'll shut off that center tank, and that'll be the end of it. All right. What else has Fenix done? The tablet is huge. Being able to use the MCDU on the tablet. I haven't been doing this in the stream just so you guys can follow along with what I'm doing on this tablet. But normally, like my tablet's down here. Where is it? It's down over here on this side of me. It's basically in the position where the normal MCDU is off. It's not quite at the right knee. It's not quite in the right spot, but it's kind of off here on the right side. It's got all the buttons on it, and the other thing I love about it too is just that the buttons are very responsive, but you also get the little click. If the volume's up on your tablet, you get a little click every time you push a button, which is not very realistic because in the real world these buttons are pretty kind of quiet. But it's just nice for that feedback to know that the button actually worked. In the real world, you press a real button, you feel it click. You don't need to, you know, you don't need to kind of look down and see that it typed the right thing. You know that it clicked. You get that same response from having the tablet just because it makes the noise. It goes click, 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 click as you're typing the keyboard sounds. It's not realistic, but boy, just from a feedback perspective, from a tactile feedback perspective, I know that I pressed the button and that something happened. Yeah, what else? And then, of course, like as I pointed out in the start, we've got the IAE engines on this one now. And they are quite a bit different to start, and they are quite a bit different to watch. We got the oil pressure on these is quite a lot higher than on the CFM engines, 226 PSI here, just sitting here in cruise at, what are we doing? We're doing about 88% N2, 1.3 EPR. We've got the EPR readings. The start process feels very different. It's a lot more sluggish. You got to get that 25%. It feels like a different set of engines than the CFM. I'm very used to the CFM, not used to the IAE, and it feels very weird to operate these IAE engines. Watch them start. They're mostly the same once they get started, but the start process feels very different. It feels a lot more sluggish. Just a lot of nice things. We've got, of course, our FS2 crew FO still here, but just so much stuff that came out with Block 2 is just improved, and so many things. The engine ignition system is so much more realistic now. So it used to not necessarily. It used to be just as, you know, when you're starting the left engine, it's always ignition system A. Right engine is always ignition system B. That's not realistic. They changed that to be more realistic. The ADIRs now, the align lights flash when they're aligning. What else? Just so many things, little things, like a lot of little things that like were annoying me. That I just said like it's not quite the way the real world works, but it's close. But lots of little things, kind of in the FMS and things like that. Lots of little things that weren't quite right that worked right now. Not that. I'm trying to put that down. Some of the circuit breaker stuff that didn't work properly before, it works properly now. Just so much stuff improved. Version 2, what a fantastic job. Fenix, you guys have done a miraculous job. Updating your aircraft, and I hope you continue to do more work. Yeah, and I'm certainly looking forward to that 321, but PMDG, the 777's coming, and then a lot of the stuff that's changing in the 777 will get rolled back into the 37. So I imagine that includes things like the GSX integration is going to be a new thing with the 777, but they're going to roll that back into the 37, and how nice that will be. And that's always been PMDG's philosophy, is they take whatever they've improved upon, and if it can be rolled back into previous products, they roll it back whenever they can. Maybe not right away, but when they get the chance, they try to roll it back. So good on PMDG for doing that, and giving us value for our dollar. When you buy a PMDG product, it's going to be supported for quite some time. You're going to get, you know, I don't think they've committed to a time frame, but you're talking 5 or 10 years of decent, at least 5 years of decent support, where you will get improvements to the product. You'll get the EFB will run faster. That's my one big complaint about Fenix now, and I think version 2 even solved this to a degree. I find version 2, maybe you guys find it differently, and I've read different things, but I find version 2 of the Fenix runs faster than version 1 did on my computer. It's not perfect, and it definitely doesn't run like super speed. Sometimes it does get a little bogged down, but I find it generally, I do get a faster frame rate. I do get better performance now than I used to. That's one thing that PMDG has really, I find, have kind of mastered in MSFS now, is they've got, their performance is just like butter. For an airplane that has a very similar level of complexity, they've really got it down to where the airplane is just, it doesn't feel any slower than a default airplane in terms of the sim performance. It really runs like butter. Fenix sometimes chugs along. So doing a different season for every airline I fly with. Every couple of seasons. So I get a little bit bored after a couple seasons. Like, so I thus far, through the 12 seasons I've done thus far, I have every second season I have changed airlines that I worked for. So I have worked for a lot of airlines. If I go back in my logbook here, yeah, and it's kind of, it's followed a bunch of different things. Like, part of it is to kind of keep things interesting. So let's go and pick some different aircraft types. So I originally started out with Encore, flew back and forth all around Canada, and then went to Air Transat, so I was able to fly. So I was flying the Majestic Dash 8 for 2 seasons straight, and really enjoyed that. But I'm like, after a little while, I'm like, let's change it up. So we went to Air Transat, we flew the 320, the 37, and I even did some 330 flights overseas, if I can find them here, which were just insane. I did Toronto, Amsterdam, and Amsterdam-Toronto live streams. 8-hour flight live streams. That was, I don't think I'm ever going to do that again. That was a little bit much. And I did the same thing again at the end of that season. Montreal to Nice and back as 2 different live streams. They're back there in my channel history, and just, oh my god. They were fun, don't get me wrong, they were fun, but my god, what a long slog to do an 8-hour live stream. I stepped away for a good 2 to 3 hours of each stream just because I just needed the break. My voice wears out after 2 or 3 hours of live streaming. And then I did WestJet for another 2 seasons, so then I started flying the 37 back and forth across Canada, did a bunch of stuff there. And then MSFS came out. And so then as soon as Aerosoft released their CRJ, I joined SkyWest so I could start flying in MSFS finally. Then I did American Airlines for, what was that? SkyWest? Yeah. When was that? 2021. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that SkyWest was MSFS. And then I joined American Airlines, flew around there for a season. Endeavor. Did I not do a whole season? I think I did only 1 season in American, 1 season in Endeavor. I was just trying to change stuff up and keep it kind of interesting. And then Alaska Airlines. Never flew long haul. I did it just 4 times. Basically all I did. The long haul when I was doing the Air Transat. And I kind of made up my mind after that second set. I'm like, what am I doing here? I did the 330. We did all the way to Europe and back, and it was fun. But I'm like, 8 hours of live streaming. I like it. but that's when you're crossing the line from this is a fun hobby to this is just a job now. This is just a slog of me trying to do it. So I kind of enjoyed it the first couple times I did it. I'm like, I don't think I'm going to do long haul streaming again. It's too much. It was fun at the time. It was neat to kind of do it, and I really worked hard to kind of schedule to try and make sure the flights were all daylight, but I couldn't. I don't think I can do it anymore. I think it's too much sitting in one spot for one day trying to live stream this whole thing. It is just too much. So I don't think you'll see me do that again, unfortunately. But that's, you know, that's my choice, and that's kind of what I've done. This is about as long as I want to do. About a 4-hour flight. Even this can be quite long. It's a lot of stuff. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of stuff to talk about. What have we been going for now? Almost 2 hours of streaming here, an hour and a half in the air. We still got 2.5 hours to go to our destination. I don't know what I'm going to talk about with you guys for the next 2.5 hours. I will need a lunch break at some point as well, for about 15 minutes or so. I just got to step out and have a lunch break, but yeah. Are you talking about real life? In real life, did I ever fly long haul? I think I'm not sure if you're talking about it in the stream or real life, and the answer is real life. No, I've never flown long haul in real life. I have done transcon stuff, and that's long enough for me to sit in the seat for sure. And it's not that I'm against it per se. I probably wouldn't mind doing it, but it's just the way things have worked out. I'm very happy with where I am right now. I'm satisfied with the airplane. I'm satisfied with the route structure. It's not perfect, but there's, you know, it's no matter what you do, there's always going to be downsides to it. Whether you do short haul, long haul, you know, regional or mainline or whatever, there's always going to be downsides to it. You're never going to be completely happy. There's always going to be some negatives to it. So, you know, certainly I'm trying not to be one of those people that just always chasing bigger and better, because it's not necessarily going to be better. The grass is not always greener on the other side, as we found out. And the captain I was flying with the other day, he was very much trying to decide if he should go long haul or not, go wide body or not. And he's hemming and hawing, and he's asking everybody's opinions, because he can't decide, because it's a hard choice. It's a change in lifestyle. It's an increase in pay, but it's an increase in pay. But you know, then you end up with longer layovers. So you'd probably work a few less days a month, maybe, depending on how things work out. You might get some longer layovers in some interesting cities, but then it's a long time to sit in that airplane. Also, then you're a lot lower on the seniority list. Like, I said where he was at, he was at like 12% on our aircraft, on the narrow body aircraft. Whereas moving up to the wide body aircraft, you'd be down more like 30%, 40%. So you're going to lose a lot of seniority. You're going to lose a lot of scheduling. I love doing long haul, but sometimes I'm like, dang it, I cannot see water anymore. Yeah, well, that's what we're doing today. We're not even really long haul. We're kind of like medium haul here, 1,500 miles from San Juan up to Newark. And yeah, nothing but water for the next hour. Nothing much else to look at. So I haven't even looked to see if there's any ATC online up ahead at all. Let me just pull that up on my other computer here. Yeah, because I need to probably, if there is, I need to time my meal break to make sure that I'm not kind of departing halfway through. Come on, it's loading, it's loading. No, there's no ATC. And where am I? Yeah, there I am. And there's actually somebody up ahead of me here that was flying from Grantley Adams. There's a JetBlue. They are on their way to Kennedy, not Newark, but we're flying up ahead of us on the same airway here on VATSIM, so hopefully we don't run him over. Longest I did in the sim was 15.5 hours. Wasn't as fun as I thought. Yeah, no ATC in New York City yet. Nothing even en route. I was more concerned about like the en route phase. Is there going to be anybody en route? But yeah, no, nothing for the arrival. Just because I hate to step away when there's actually ATC around, since it happens pretty rarely during the day. Yeah, I just checked it up there. 15.5 hours long haul. So yeah, I've done those before, like not on stream, but I've done those before. I've done like 777 flights from North America over to Dubai. I've done the Emirates flights trip over to Dubai, and I'm just like, what am I doing? Because it's the en route section is pretty boring for the most part. You can chat, and that's what I try to do here. Is I'm trying to simulate this. Like we would be chatting about this stuff. He's pretty unresponsive here. He's just eyes straight ahead. He's like the perfect airline pilot, monitoring, keeping an eye on the stuff, not getting distracted. I haven't even done a fuel check or a time check here. I really should be doing a fuel check and time check. But flew from Tel Aviv to Los Angeles. Yeah, that's a long slog, and I've done a couple of those. I've done Tel Aviv a few times in the sim. I've done lots of European stuff, and I used to do it a lot more when we had stuff in P3D. The biggest thing for me was I would do most of them. I would do them as overnight flights. I just fire up the sim, take off, go to bed. wake up, land the airplane again at destination. But the key to that, and the key that made that work, was that pause at top of drop, making the pause top drop work. I flew out of Tel Aviv in the sim. I mean, not in real life, in the sim. But what was I saying? Yeah, but yeah, that pause at top of drop. It's such a crucial function when you're going to do that kind of that fly all night, go to sleep, wake up and land in the destination kind of thing. And there have been times where it hasn't worked out. There was one time I remember, it was hilarious. I can't remember. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Lufthansa or something. But going from North America over to Frankfurt, did the usual thing, set the whole thing up, auto step climb and all this stuff. Back in the P3D world, I think pretty sure it was in the triple. And then I went to bed, and I woke up in the morning, and the airplane wasn't paused. I was like, oh, that's weird. By my calculation, by the time I woke up, it should have been paused at its top of descent point. And I'm like, why is it not paused at its top of descent point? And I'm like looking, I'm like, wait a minute, where the heck am I? And I was nowhere near Frankfurt. I had ended up somewhere over like Sweden. I was nowhere near Frankfurt. So at some point, the LNAV mode had kicked off and had just gone to heading mode as it was crossing the Atlantic. And so instead of making its turns across the Atlantic slowly, slow right turns towards Frankfurt, it just kept on going. So I was over Sweden with like an hour and a half of fuel left in the tank. I'm like, well, I'm not making it to Frankfurt from here, so I found somewhere to divert to. And I actually did manage to diverge, but it was the funniest thing. It's like, why have I not paused? Oh, because I'm nowhere near my top of descent point. I'm 1,000 miles from my top of descent point because the thing got into heading mode somehow. Which was just hilarious in and of itself. It's like, of all the things you kind of wouldn't expect. I mean, at that point you could pull the plug. I decided to run with it. I decided to have a little bit of fun with it. Okay, something bad happened. We had a gross navigational error. What are the nearby airports, and can we divert to something here and land here and maybe pick up the flight, refuel, pick up the flight, continue back down to Frankfurt, which I did, I think, another day. But it was, and no, I mean, that's the risk you take. It's a sim. If stuff like that happens, it's not the end of the world. You come back and it's like, well, you deal with it, or you just shut her down, pull the plug on the flight, and come back and try it another day. The other day I gave up on a flight because it was just frustrating me to no end. Because last week I gave up on a flight because my internet just kept going down, so I kept losing the streaming terrain, and I was just getting so tired of looking at what really kind of, it wasn't the streaming terrain, it was the fact that the weather didn't get cut off. So as I alluded to at the start of my stream last week, they were upgrading the cable in my neighborhood. So the guy was literally going from box to box, unplugging the cable, plugging in the new device to hook it up, to link it up to the fiber optic, plugged everybody back into it, plugged it back in, link it back into the network. So like every time he'd unplug it, the internet would go down for the whole neighborhood. Then he'd plug everything in, put it all back on, put the cover on, the internet would be back on, and he'd drive down to the next box, and then he'd take that one off. So it would come on for about 5 to 10 minutes, then it would go off for about another 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then it would go on and off all day long for like 3 days in a row. So I had a flight going the one day. I didn't realize it was going to happen. And I started this long flight, and it was kind of okay. And it's like I was even willing to live with the fact that I wasn't getting streaming scenery, and eventually it killed the data fine. And then if it happens enough times, eventually Flight Simulator logs you out of your Xbox account, and you can't get any access to the data. You can't even turn it on in the menus anymore if you get your account delinked. And if it goes offline enough times, or if it is offline for long enough, it does that. Now I keep looking up at my modem here too to make sure it's not going offline. Yeah, so the thing that killed it was not so much that I lost the data, the terrain streaming, because I mean it was annoying, but like there's the land class stuff underneath it, and I had detailed scenery at the destination, so I was going to be willing to land at it. But what killed it was the fact that I wasn't going to be able to make it to my destination because the tailwind disappeared. Because once I lost all that, once I got logged out of the Xbox account, it stopped updating the live. It not only stopped updating the live weather, but it removed live weather. So now I had a 3-knot tailwind. I didn't realize this for about 45 minutes to an hour, and then I start looking down. I'm like, why am I going to land at below minimum fuel? And I realized it's because I'd lost my 70-knot tailwind that I had expected. So that was very frustrating. So I ended up pulling the plug and just shutting down the sim. I'm like, well, screw this. I'm not. I got very impatient with it. I was thinking this is getting frustrating, so I didn't want to deal with it. So I just shut it down, walked away. But yeah, it was the fact that I lost the tailwind. I wasn't going to have enough fuel to get to the destination anyways, and I could have diverted, but I wasn't feeling it. I was frustrated at that point. And sometimes you just got to do that. Like, it's nice that at least with the sim, if things are not going well, you can just kill the sim and just nope. I just don't want to deal with it anymore. I'm going to go do something else. The real world, you can never give up, 100%. But sometimes in the sim, I just give up, and that's just the way it is. There's a difference between the real world and the sim, and I acknowledge that, and I do it. So we did have a step climb coming up, so let's see how that fuel transfer is coming there. Down to 720 kilos. I don't think we're going to reach above 5,500 kilos in full tanks. I'll keep that up there for now. We had a step climb. Where did it go? Perdo. Flight level 340 at Perdo. It's still a fair ways down here by the looks of it. It is there. There it is. 1706. We're supposed to climb up to 340. Let's see here. So that is... There's still an hour to go to that step climb. Okay, fine. Still got that headwind. That's what's also killing us today. I got a cost index of 100. It's still going to take us almost a full 4 hours to get to Newark, but so be it. We got the gas. I should really start doing some fuel checks here just to make sure we got the gas. So we got a waypoint coming up here, so let's do at least a couple of fuel checks here on this flight just to make sure that everything is working out hunky-dory today. So it looks like, is this Rabaul? Let me just move this over here. It looks like Rabaul it is. And I don't think our ATSU will tell me our takeoff time, will it? Although I could go back an hour 26. I could go back an hour 26, yeah. Okay, let's do that. An hour 26 from, we're at 15:59, so that would have been 1:30... 14:33 was our takeoff time. Alright, so let's do that. 14:33 was our takeoff time. I'm just going to change the color so it's easy to see. So actual takeoff time, 14:33 by my calculation, an hour 26 ago. And therefore our ETAs are as follows. 14:33, 14:45. This is kind of the boring part, but you gotta do it. If you want the times to mean anything, 14, so 15:07. Alright, 4.2 miles to Rabaul. I'm just trying to watch it here out of the corner of my eye so I see it. Let's see here, 15:45, 1600, 1609. Nothing like watching me do math. Alright, still 1.5 miles to Rabaul. Let's do a couple more calculations. 17:03. Alright, there goes Rabaul, so let me just finish this one here, 21:36. Okay. So actual time over 1600 with 11.6 in the tanks. So we are right on time at Rabaul, so that's good. And 11.6 in the tanks, so that's our expected fuel on board, 11.2, so we're 400 kilos over the planned fuel, which is good. So that means we are burning less fuel than planned, which is good. I'm just going to finish this off now so I can do more fuel checks as we go. And is there software that can do this? There is software. I've actually become old school now. In the last little while, the tablets actually usually have software that will make all these calculations for you, but I've started to become old school because the trouble is, like, these programs, sometimes they're not well documented. Sometimes they adjust the times, so it looks like you're running behind when really you're not, or 18:044. That should be just 18:04. 18:06. So it was not, it wasn't, it was adjusting the estimated times as you went, so this column kept on changing, so it's like, oh, it looks like we're on time, but no, you're still 2 minutes late like you were at the last point. It's just adjusting to be 2 minutes late the whole way down, and like some of these changes, it wasn't really doing a good job of documenting what the changes were, so I didn't like it, so I've gone back to doing it the old-fashioned paper way, just because I feel like it's more fixed, it's more easy to understand. Sometimes that automation it's not particularly useful. 1826, so that looks pretty reasonable based on what we're seeing there in the fuel prediction page as well. Tom at GT, good morning, how's it going? Everything's well so far. We are just trucking along out over the open ocean. Hello, open ocean. Not much else going on here. We are on our way to Newark, but it's a long way from San Juan. There's the contrail from the JetBlue that's ahead of us. He's going to Kennedy, so we're not going to run into him, and it looks like he's at a different flight level as well, so that helps as well. What else is I going to talk about here? Oh, there goes the autopilot. Thank you. All right, I have control. I guess I'll put my hand on the controls. Looks like we just hit a little wind shear there for a split second. I'm going to go ahead and try and put that autopilot back on. There it is. Just going to take us back down to 32. So we have still Mach-Alt Cruise Nav and autopilot 1. Auto thrust is also on. So, all right, just a little tiny bump of turbulence there, but nothing too untoward. It seems like we're back on track. What else? So what else was I saying there? Yeah. Part of the reason why I also started going back to doing things the old-fashioned paper way is partly for what's here. So, our flight plans are a little bit different than the Lido flight plans here. And what they have in the last column, and what I really like and I wish they would have here, is they have an MFOB column, which is minimum fuel on board. So this is expected fuel on board, so this is how much you're expected over each point, 11.2 at Rabaul. Actual fuel on board, so we recorded 11.6, so you can see we're 400 up. But what I liked in the next column was there was minimum fuel on board, and basically what that would do is it would take what's the minimum fuel I have to land at your destination, so Newark. The minimum fuel at Newark would be your alternate fuel and your reserve fuel, and then of course would add the burn up as you went here. So as long, look at that contrail there. That guy probably hit the same wind shear we did. But what it will show you at each waypoint is that what is the minimum fuel you can have and still have the planned burn and have your minimum fuel when you get to your destination. So as long as you're above your minimum fuel on board, you know you've got enough fuel to get to your destination and still hold your alternate and your reserve. If you fall below the minimum fuel on board at any waypoint, now you have a serious problem and you've got to start doing some serious decision making. I kind of wish that this Lido flight plan had that, because that to me is the key number. I do care about how we compare to the plan, but what I really care about and what I really want to know is how do we compare to the minimum? How far are we above the minimum? Are we getting closer to the minimum, or are we staying consistent? Are we 1,000 kilos above minimum all the way, or are we going 1,000, 900, 800, 600, 500, 200? Now we're getting close to minimums. Okay, I want to know that trend. That trend to me is even more important than how does it look compared to the plan. I want to know how it looks compared to the minimum we're supposed to have. And yes, they both kind of tell you the same thing, but I think the minimum is a more interesting and unique number. Because the planned fuel burn kind of predicated on you knowing how much extra you had to begin with, how much extra ATC and weather fuel you have, and kind of keeping that number in mind all the time, as opposed to just saying, this is the minimum I have to have. If I don't have this, we have a problem. We have a serious problem, as opposed to trying to do that mental math yourself. So that's the way I kind of have started to run things, because I think that's more useful information, and our app that we use on our tablets does not show us that. It just shows us compared to the plan. It's like, well, the plan is great. It's nice to have a plan. It's nice to know how we compare to the plan. But what I really want to know is, how do we compare to that minimum fuel quantity that I have to have at this point? Are we over the minimum or not? If we are under the minimum, I need to know about it. I need to know about it now. Anywho, what else? Any other exciting sim news? I think it covers most of it. Flight Sim Expo is coming up. I don't know if anybody's thinking about going to it. I was hoping to go to it. I feel like it's just not in the cards. The trouble with Vegas, is that I would not want to spend a whole lot of money trying to get to Vegas just to go to Flight Sim Expo. I mean, I think it would be fun, but I wouldn't want to spend hundreds upon hundreds of dollars just to get there. Standby travel right now sucks big time. There's never any empty seats, and especially popular tourist destinations. So when you talk about somewhere popular, Vegas top of mind. There's always conferences. There's always stuff happening. The odds of you finding a standby seat to Vegas, pretty small. And then the odds of you getting a seat back, even smaller. I don't even want to contemplate it. I couldn't afford to pay a full fare at this point, and the idea of standby travel to Vegas and back, just yeah, I would hope that in the future they might choose somewhere other than Vegas. I realize Vegas is kind of a big touristy, convention-y town. Doesn't hold a lot of appeal to me, honestly. I kind of want to go there once to say I've done it, because I never have actually been to Vegas. But, oh, we have less than 100 kilos in the tank, so now telling me that we've got low fuel pressure. So now, per the MEL, we're going to go ahead and turn off that center tank pump and close the crossfeed. So we burned all the fuel out of the center tank. The wing tanks are pretty well balanced after that. The crossfeed is closed, so we're now in ultra safety mode. We're no longer anxious about the crossfeed valve being open. MEL actions are complete for the day. Yeah, I'm not a gambler, so it doesn't strike me as the kind of place, like, if you're not a gambler, yeah, just not. If I was to go to Vegas, I think the fun part would be to not be in Vegas. If I was to go to Vegas, I think the fun part would be, like, I would want to go to the Grand Canyon. I'd want to go see the Hoover Dam, the Grand Canyon, go do those things. That's what I would want to see in Vegas. I wouldn't want to really go walking up and down the strip. It doesn't strike me as a particularly. It's just not my thing. I'm not a gambler, not a huge showy nightlife kind of person. So it's definitely not my kind of place. Like, I would go for Flight Sim Expo, I think, but. Yeah, exactly. Tom GT says the same thing. I've contemplated going to FS Expo for the last few years, but no desire to go to Vegas, sadly. Yeah, and I kind of wish I'd gone last year when it was in Houston. Last year was in Houston, I think, right? I kind of wish I'd gone to that. That, I think, would have been more fun, but I just would like to see them change it up a few times at least. You know, somebody said that, like, they're going to probably stick to Vegas now permanently, and I'm like, don't stick to it permanently. Change it up a little bit, because you're gonna lose people. Like, sometimes the fun part of going to these conferences is going to places you might not otherwise go to as well. So you know, I mean, do I want to go to Vegas? No. Would I go for Flight Sim Expo? I might consider it, but especially if I've done it once too, then I really lose my interest in going. So yeah, I think I think it works out better for Flight Sim Expo if they change it up year by year. I'm not saying never circle back to Vegas. You can come back to Vegas every couple of years if you want, but let's try different places. Let's try. You know, like, let's try Orlando. Orlando's a popular tourist destination, lots of conferences, but also lots of other things. You can bring your family down there. They can do stuff while you're poking around and talking to other nerds. But just change it up. Go to different parts of the country, because then the other thing is you might attract people who may even not want to fly somewhere, but may be willing to drive somewhere that's an hour, a couple hours away, but maybe they don't want the hassle of flying somewhere. So, you know, I feel like if you host the same place every year, very quickly it's going to become very repetitive. You're going to lose a lot of the crowd that's done Vegas before. I've done Vegas. I don't need to go back. You know, a Flight Sim Expo is fun, but, like, if it was somewhere where I haven't been before and I can see new stuff, that gives me a double reason to go, instead of, oh, Vegas, I've done that before, I don't want to go back. Now you're kind of pulling more people away from the conference than attracting people. Driving people away from the conference and attracting people. So I hope that I wish Flight Sim Expo good luck, and what a debacle that was for them. Oh, yeah, your hotel's going to be torn down before the convention starts. What? What? Oh, yeah, we changed our minds. We were going to demolish it next year, but we're going to demolish it this year. So good luck. Enjoy finding a place to host your conference. Oh, my God. How stupid that was. I'm glad that they've recovered from it. I'm so glad for them. I feel bad. I know one of the organizers, and I feel so bad for all of it. It's like, it's just a labor of love, you know. It's not like they're making money out of this. They're just trying to get the people together. They're trying to host a conference that they would want to go to, get people together in the same room and talk about the products and see the products. I would love to go. I would love to see some of these things first, some of these products firsthand. Meet some of these people. I would love to do it. I think it would be great fun. Meet some of the, not just the vendors and everything, and the celebrities and the names, but just other people I've met through this hobby. People that I only know in an online forum. Tama, you know, like, I'd love to meet you in person one day. Go to Flight Sim Expo. It's not going to happen this year, but maybe next year. Meet many of these people. People that I've met through my channel. People that I've met through VATSIM. Fellow controllers and pilots that I get to know well. Like, it'd just be neat to meet those people in person as well. Spend some time talking about our favorite hobby. But yeah, Vegas especially. And that's the trouble, is, like, a lot of the conference cities are touristy cities, and they are hard to get to standby. And I would rather do it standby, because it saves me a hell of a lot of money. But doing the best they can, not easy to keep everyone or even the majority happy. Oh, absolutely. I'm not trying to criticize the choice for Vegas per se. What I would criticize more is if you choose to make it like a permanent fixture in Vegas every year. I think that's a mistake. I don't think doing Vegas periodically is a mistake and it'll attract people, but I think doing it every year in Vegas, I think that's a mistake. I think it'll wear on people quickly, I think. That's my take on it anyways, but I wish them good luck. I would like to go one of these years. It's not going to happen this year. It's just not in the cards. Maybe next year. Maybe I'll have a little bit more disposable income in my hand as well. That I might be able to afford to participate in some of these things. But yeah, good luck to them, and hopefully we'll see some good product announcements there as well. Oops, not that screen. Let's see here. So there was one more thing I did want to talk about at some point. I'm going to try and pull this up here. Just going to try and pull something up here that I thought was super interesting. Let's see here. As I read this, and I thought it was definitely, I would love to discuss this for a while because I think it's unfortunate, but there's so much information here that really, I think it bears talking about. Ah, here we are. Got a copy of it. Perfect. And Travis, I don't know if you're watching. I don't think you're watching right now, but you alluded to this last time when I was doing my slightly steeper than ideal approach into San Juan before. But yeah, the final report was published. It was almost a year ago now, but was it a year ago? Wow. It was a year ago now, almost. But if you've never read this report, it makes for some interesting, if somewhat shocking, reading. And that is the final investigation report into the accident of Pakistani Airlines Flight 8303. Probably a now famous accident. Let's see if we can just find the picture. Pick the stills from the video, if you've never seen this before, of an A320 landing gear up. And not intentionally, not gear failed, just incredible flight crew failures. And it just, to read this report, and I've read almost all this report. I don't normally read a whole lot of accident reports. I read some interesting ones, but this one, it just blows me away. And as was described on Blanco Lirio's channel, he said something to the effect of, and I'm paraphrasing slightly because I can't remember exactly what he said, but he said, never in all my years of accident analysis and accident reports have I ever seen such egregious lack of cockpit resource management and basic airmanship as was displayed during this particular flight. This flight snowballed so far out of control to end up in this place, and of course it just absolutely shocking and saddening that it reached this level. And I certainly hope that I personally never reach this level. It's absolutely shocking to read what went on this flight. And the thing was that, like, you can look at it, you can look at the pictures, and you can say it's a perfect day. There is absolutely no reason why this happened. Unfortunately, the aircraft ended up doing a go-around. They eventually put the gear down. Unfortunately, they lost both engines because of a vast amount of damage the engines sustained during their slide down the runway, that the aircraft ended up crashing into a neighborhood just just a few miles away from the airport. It was only like a mile away from the runway, but they couldn't make it back to the runway because they lost both engines because of this. And what led to this? It's a beautiful day. It was a clear sky blue day. The airplane, before they hit the runway, was a 100% perfectly serviceable airplane. There was nothing found to be wrong with the airplane before the impact with the runway. This was all a result of poor airmanship, poor flying, poor crew resource management. And it's shocking to read it and to read the whole thing here. And this report, it really is quite detailed. And even if you're not a pilot, even if you're not familiar with the Airbus, there's enough information in here. Screenshots of what the FMAs should look like, what the pilots probably saw on their FMA, what they mean. Like it's quite. I don't want to say dumbed down, but it's written in a very, very manageable language that if you have any kind of knowledge of aviation at all, you don't have to know the Airbus at all to understand everything that happened here. But everything was perfectly normal until they got the shortcut. And then everything just went wrong from there. There were so many chances for them to recover, admit they'd made a mistake, and get on with it. And there was just so many chances to kind of get back. But basically what happened was they were cleared along this particular arrival, and then when they contacted the approach controller cleared them direct to Mauchly. So you can see they cut the corner quite substantially here. They cut quite a few miles. The Airbus A320 they were flying had been programmed to fly the approach with a certain descent profile based on the longer route. So of course you get the shorter route, you've got less distance to lose the same amount of altitude, so they end up quite high. They didn't realize it for a while. They were having conversations that were not related to the flight, which is fine. We've all done that. Maybe you shouldn't, but we've all done that. But it's how they reacted when they realized they'd made a mistake that ended up costing people their lives. So they were given direct to Mauchly here. They were told to descend. They were given a descent clearance, and they basically just put it into managed descent. What they didn't realize was that they had, when they put in direct, there was still a holding pattern programmed here at Sabin to lose altitude. So the altitude they were at, the Airbus, there's supposed to be a procedure turn here. The original routing had the procedure turn in there, and what the Airbus then did was when it looked at the new route that was more direct, it came to Mauchly, which is over here, and then Sabin. What it did was it had looked at it and said, hey, I have a hold in here, I'm going to plan to lose altitude in the hold. So it had planned to cross Sabin initially at something like 8,200 and lose altitude in the holding pattern for one turn to get back to Sabin at 3,000 to do the approach. Was basically what they did. For a long time they didn't recognize this, and then they looked down and realized, oh shoot. What they did was they were cleared for the approach, they armed the localizer, and so they started tracking the localizer in, and so as soon as they started tracking the localizer in, they're still descending. But now, because they're no longer flying the FMS, but they're just flying the localizer, they intercept the localizer out here, there was going to be no more turn in here. The turn was still in the FMS, and the descent profile was planned on that. But now they had intercepted the localizer already, approaching before they reached Sabin. So now they were going to track right past it, and they were going to be very high. They were going to be up here at 8,000 feet, because the airplane had planned on doing one lap around the hold to lose altitude. But now, because they'd intercepted the localizer and they were no longer flying the FMS, they were now flying the localizer, they were just going to continue straight down here. So they realized that at some point, I think that when the controller queried them a couple times, said, confirm you're going to be able to make it down, you're 15 miles. What did they say here? First of all, there was a distraction because they tuned in the wrong frequency. They tuned in, they were told to tune 25.5. They were told to contact 25.5. They accidentally tuned 26.5. So there was about 2 minutes or so where 2-3 minutes, maybe even more, while they tried to figure out where they were on the right frequency. So there's a big distraction there. And then, so they go into idle mode, they start descending, and then even the controller asked, Pakistani 803, confirm track miles comfortable for descent. 9,000 feet, 15 miles from the runway. And then the captain said, what has happened? Stop, oh no, take out the hold, take out the hold, take out the hold, take out the hold. And that's when they kind of realized that, oh, we messed this up. Okay, we messed it up, we're too high. But instead of kind of admitting defeat, the captain just said, hold on, we're going to we're just going to do this. And so he just pitched the airplane. Well, he wasn't even flying. The FO was flying and working the radios, but the captain said, no, don't bother telling them we're just gonna recover it. So this is the flight path that they flew here. They were at double the altitude they needed to be at let's see here, distance runway 25 left. So at 9 miles final, they were at double the altitude. They were at 6,000 feet when they needed to be down at 3,000 feet to intercept final, the normal 3-degree glide slope here. So they're in open descent, and they start just throwing drag out, full spoilers, everything else, and just trying to get the airplane down. And it's fine if you can go down, but if you're too fast when you intercept the glide slope, then it doesn't help at all. Part of the problem too is that then, because they were so high above the glide slope, they got a false glide slope capture at 6 degrees. So there's a 3-degree glide slope. However, at 6 degrees, you get roughly the same signals as you would get at 3 degrees, just because the way the antennas are designed and the intensity of the signals coming out of the glide slope antenna. There's a false glide slope capture at 6 degrees. So they hit glide slope start, and the airplane starts to reduce the descent rate. And the captain's like, this is not right. So then the FO I don't believe the captain had control yet. The FO turned off the autopilot, pitched it down to try and get to that 3-degree slope, gaining speed the whole time. Speed brakes are out, and then they start deploying flaps. So the when did they put up the flaps? But they oversped the flaps like substantially. 31 knots here. 1,700 feet, 4.9 miles from the runway. They reached a speed of 261 knots at V1 with flaps 1, which is 31 knots over speed. Descent rate 5,300 feet per mile, 5 miles from the runway. Just absolutely insane how fast they pitched the airplane down to try and get back to the glide slope. And even if you can get back to the glide slope, if you're first of all, you're overspeeding the flaps, like you're going to have to now get a maintenance inspection. Now you've really kind of you messed stuff up before, but it was totally recoverable. Now you're going to have to get a maintenance inspection because you've oversped the flaps, and not by a little bit, not by like a 3-knot or 5-knot margin, 30-something knots over the maximum flap speed. Like, you're talking a major maintenance inspection. And they continued with it. Then they kept on deploying more and more flaps, even though they were not below the safe flap speeds. Trying to get the flaps down. The first officer was trying, and the first officer didn't. I think he recognized at some point that it was not going to work, and he wanted to do a go around. At 9:33, the FO was heard saying, "Should we do the orbit?" To which the captain replied, "No," followed by "Leave it." And at this point, the captain took over. So the FO was like, "We're 2.5 miles from touchdown. We're at 1,100 feet. At 1,100 feet, we're leveling off at 227 knots in config 3, so overspeeding the flaps by 42 knots, trying to get the airplane to slow down." And the FO can just see what's happening here. Unfortunately, he can see it's just not going to work, and the captain's like, "No, we're gonna do it. It's gonna work. We're gonna make it." And he took over and he started flying. Captain didn't even say that though. He just took over the controls by applying pitch down inputs and held his side stick takeover button for a half a second. Disengaged the autopilot. First officer's like, "What? I'm flying the airplane," and like all of a sudden the captain's flying the airplane. At some point the gear was put up, and I don't remember when was the gear put up. Like, I'm trying to sort of paraphrase a lot of this, but yeah, at some point the first officer, there it is, at 9:32. So the gear had been selected down to help to increase the drag, but at 9:32 the landing gear was selected up. Nobody said anything, and this is probably the biggest failing of this crew, is that nobody said anything. Like, they have the CVR recording, they have most of the dialogue between the crew members. There was very little communication between the two crew members, and that's one of the most problematic things about the whole thing. The gear was put down, nobody said anything. The gear was put up again, nobody said anything. Nobody asked for the gear up. They don't even know who put the gear up or down, because nobody said anything. They know the gear switch moved, but nobody said anything about doing it. So the assumption is that the first officer retracted the gear, expecting to do a go-around at this point. He's like, "We're not doing it. We're almost 2,000 feet, 1,700 miles, 5 miles final. We're at 261 knots at 5 miles final." there's so many things, but the biggest thing is this is a crew issue. There was nothing wrong with the airplane. There was nothing wrong with the weather. This was all caused by the crew, and a big part of it was their lack of communication. You see this throughout most of the flight. They had a relationship in the flight deck. They were having lots of conversations prior to this incident, but throughout this incident, both crew members said very, very little to each other. You know, through like the 5 to 10 minutes of this whole incident unfolding, there's only like 10 or so things that they said back and forth to each other. And they never said anything about we're over speed, never said we're you know, the gear is down. Like, they talked almost more to ATC than they did to each other. They talked to ATC a number of times. ATC told them a number of times. And the one that was probably the most shocking, at 9:32, Captain said he will be surprised what we have done, as they're still at 5,000 feet at 7.7 miles final. And the approach controller told them to stop the approach. Pakistani 8303 disregard, turn left heading 180, to which they replied, "Sir, we are uncomfortable now, and we are out of 3,500 for 3,000, established ILS 25 left." Just the controller, I think it was 6 times the controller asked them if they were going to be okay, or told them to stop the approach, and they said, "Nope, we are fine." But they talked almost more to the controller than they did to each other. They never said, nobody ever said when the flaps were changing configurations, nobody ever said when the gear was changing configurations, the terrain warnings were going off, the GPWS warning went off like 3 different times, the overspeed warnings were going off, nobody's saying anything about this stuff. Should we do the orbit? No, leave it. And that's it. Captain didn't say anything else, didn't say he had control. The FO kind of figured it out at some point. Captain did say cancel it, at which point the emergency cancel push button on the ECAM was pressed and the overspeed was canceled. And then the landing gear not down was triggered. It just kept on going. And then, the captain took over, started flying. Never even said he had control. They crossed the threshold at 7 feet, 200 knots still. And as they're crossing the threshold, full reverse thrust was selected on both engines while airborne, and they got the engine reverse set ECAM alert because they selected reverse while the aircraft was still in the air. And then about 5 seconds later, the ground impact was heard on the CVR as the aircraft's engines and nacelles touched the runway and started scraping along the runway because the gear was up, because the first officer had probably put the gear up because he thought that they were going to do a go-around. And nobody communicated the fact that the gear was going up. The landing gear warning horn was going off, but the overspeed warning had been going off for so long that they just tuned out the warnings altogether. And they were just so focused on landing, especially the captain was just, we're going to land. And that was it. It just blew my mind to read this. Scraped down the runway. Somewhere here, there was a diagram of what actually the marks that they found on the runway, but they just scraped down the runway for thousands of feet before finally they said go around. They didn't even realize they were scraping down the runway. They hit the runway, and then they both started slamming the brakes because they did not realize. They didn't realize that the gear was still up. Aircraft remained in intermittent contact with the runway surface. Both flight crew gave opposite side stick inputs. Captain side stick inputs reached up to full nose down, whereas the FO applied up to 2/3 of full side stick back elevator. So the pitch attitude kept on kind of coming up even without the wheels. Meanwhile, the engines are scraping along the runway. The total length of scratch marks, including all segments, was 2,194 feet for engine 2 and 583 feet for engine 1. And you see it in the picture here at the start of the report, how scraped this whole bottom is right here. This is a picture that was snapped after they put go-around power up, took off again, came back to land again because they thought they were going to have a runway overrun because they still didn't realize the gear was up. And meanwhile, they had scraped a hole in the bottom of the oil tank. They pretty much destroyed the accessory gearbox on the bottom of the engine with the length of time that this thing scraped along the bottom of the runway. They put a hole in the bottom of the oil tank, and eventually the oil all drained out, and the engines both stopped on the downwind because they had destroyed the engines by scraping them along the runway for 2,000 feet for one engine, 500 feet for the other engine. It's an incredible length of time. Yeah, and one engine set off a fire alert as they're going down the runway. The engine then came back to life, and the other engine failed, and they didn't even know which engine was failing. They start shutting down the engine that was still running because that one had indicated failure before and then stopped. It was just absolute. I can only imagine like the absolute chaos that must have been in the flight deck with the two pilots who at best have a half an idea of what's going on. You've got overspeed warnings going off. You've got landing gear warnings going off. GPWS warnings going off. Incredible noise as they're scraping down the runway. The FO said takeoffs or take off, and at 2 seconds later they go into toga power. Engine number 2 oil low pressure warning. The engine tried to restart itself. Eventually, once they got airborne, it restarted itself. Then the number 1 engine failed. Number 2 engine failed. And there's so little communication throughout this whole thing. It's mind-boggling to read this and think the two trained, responsible pilots got themselves into the situation. And I'm not trying to say that I'm like I don't want to say like, you know, that I'm necessarily a superior pilot and I've never made a mistake in my life, but even when I've made a mistake, I communicate it. I make mistakes from time to time. We all do. I've made mistakes on pretty much every flight I've ever been on. At some point, I've probably made at least some mistake on every flight. It's just human nature. We make mistakes. We're human beings. We do the best we can. Occasionally, our brains fail us, whether it be something is forgotten, something's omitted, something's done the wrong way. Our brains do fail us eventually, and I think any pilot that says that they've never made a mistake, that they've had, any pilot that says that they've ever had a flight that was free of mistakes is probably lying to you, or they're just not self-aware. Everybody makes a mistake at some point. The key is that, like, when you do it, you say it out loud, you acknowledge it, and you recover from it. You trap it, you fix it. And part of the reason why we have two pilots and communicate, that's why we communicate so openly whenever we do stuff. Whenever we're doing stuff in the flight deck, anything we touch, we tell the other guy what we're doing, and if it's not obvious, we might tell them the reason why we're doing something. So, you know, like if we're doing a climb out the other day, and I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to keep the speed. We're reaching 10,000. I'm going to go selected speed 250, try to climb out steeper to get us over those clouds up ahead. Sounds good. You know, but always bring the other guy with you. Don't go flying by yourself. Bring the other guy with you. And I've been reading a whole bunch of stuff about situational awareness and mental models, and you know, having a shared mental model with the pilot next to you, making sure that you guys are both in the same space, thinking the same thing. Because even though you may be observing the same things on the airplane, your experience may tell you different things about what you're observing in the airplane. Your experience may be different than mine, and you may believe something different is happening than what I believe. And when we don't believe the same thing, when our mental models start to diverge, that's when we start to have real problems. And somebody's not in the right place. Chances are neither of us are totally in the right place, but somewhere in between us is probably where reality lies. Hopefully, if we can get back on the same page, hopefully that means we're both of our interpretations of what we're presented with are the same. Then it's probably a good chance that is pretty close to reality. And this is what scares me about taking the second pilot out of the flight deck. And Airbus is looking at this seriously, and the airlines are looking at this very seriously now, of going into single pilot airliners. And you know, oh, you're going to have a dispatcher on the ground who will be able to back you up. You know, they'll be able to control stuff remotely and help you out remotely, but they're not going to see the same stuff that you're seeing up here at altitude, and they're not going to be able to. I don't believe that they're going to have a sufficient mental model of what's going on in the airplane to be able to really take over and fly it safely and make appropriate decisions. So I dread the day that the airlines really start to push hard for this, and the unions are starting to really push against this very quickly now. They're really starting to muster some resources, and there is, yes, I will acknowledge that there is some selfishness to the union drive to make sure that we keep 2 pilots in the flight deck, because obviously we want to keep our union membership, we want to keep people employed. There obviously is that, but even if you disregard that altogether, basic safety, I don't think that any airplane out there is automated enough to really be trustworthy to fly without some pilot intervention, without at least one pilot kind of monitoring things, making sure things are going the way they're supposed to. And the second thing is, I don't believe in people taking over airplanes from the ground and flying them from the ground. I know we have drones that do this stuff right now, but when there's real human lives at stake, there's so many issues with this. First of all, the person who's flying the airplane doesn't have the vested interest of being in the airplane. When you are in the airplane, you have a vested interest as much as any of your passengers to make sure that airplane gets to its destination safely. You will do anything. The resignation, the give up will probably never cross your mind, because you will do anything just for your own survival. And by virtue of your own survival, all the people who are behind the door behind you will come with you, and they will hopefully all survive as well. If you can find a solution that is survivable, then you'll bring them all with you. There's that motivation. Then there's the whole security issue. There's no such thing as an unhackable system. And I don't believe we can design a system that's going to be unhackable. So then if we start taking out the second pilot and saying, well, you're going to be replaced by a dispatcher who can remotely take over the airplane, there's only going to be a matter of time before some nefarious person figures out a way to hijack that system and remotely control the airplane from the outside. So this whole idea of being able to take over the airplane and fly it remotely and land it safely, if the main pilot passes out, the dispatcher will take over and land the airplane safely. I have huge issues with that. Right now, we rely on the 2 people in the flight deck to both be there, and at least one of them hopefully will survive. You know, their medical issues can and do happen, and one person might become incapacitated during a flight, but the odds of 2 separate people becoming incapacitated at the same time are almost 0. They're probably about the same as having a dual engine failure. Yes, one of them could fail, but the odds of both of them failing, being 2 completely independent systems, very minimal. I think the much greater risk with this is the chance of somebody hacking into the signal, whether they find a way to hack into the control system at the base, or whether they find a way to send, to interfere with the signals that are being sent to that aircraft, or perhaps send their own nefarious signals to the aircraft, hijack the signals. I think those concerns vastly outweigh the cost of having a second pilot. Yes, it's not cheap. Best pilots are not cheap. Well-trained pilots are not cheap, but I do not want to get in an airplane that is being flown by one pilot and being partly remotely controlled by some dispatcher somewhere else. That idea scares me. It really does. Taking the 2 pilots, there's a level of redundancy. If you think that you could take 1 pilot out of the flight deck, if you think that airplanes are safe enough that and have enough redundancy in their systems, you can take 1 pilot of the flight deck, then by the same logic, you should be able to shut down 1 engine and just fly on 1 engine. We should have single-engine airliners. As long as the FAA approves single-engine airliners, then I think we can get rid of the second pilot as well. But it's just redundancy. It's basic redundancy of systems, and if you take away that last step of redundancy, the dispatcher on the ground does not achieve the same level of redundancy as having a pilot in the flight deck. Never will. And the security can of worms you're opening in that case is just, it blows me away. I don't think I could ever get on an airplane that didn't have 2 pilots. Now, of course, if one of them passes out or something like that, and there's a medical issue, that's a whole different story. But right from the get-go, we have reduced the redundancy to 1 single system. And that's the thing. Like, there's no other system on these airplanes we're designing that relies on a single point of failure. We always have multiple redundant systems. We have 2 engines. We have 3 hydraulic systems. We have 3 comm radios. We have 2 navigation radios. We have 3 IRSs. We have 2 FMSs. We have 6 screens. We have 2 of everything. At least 2 of everything up front. The odds of us, and even the things that we don't have 2 of, we have some other means of backing them up. Even the fuel pumps. Like, we had the fuel pumps today. We had one of our fuel pumps was failed, was offline because of maintenance. We had a second fuel pump and a crossfeed valve, and between the 2 of them, we were able to use that fuel in the center tank like we normally would. So there is redundancy built into that system. the idea of getting rid of this crew member so we don't have redundancy built in the system, and nothing you can say I think will convince me that having a remote controller on the ground will reach the same level of redundancy as having a second pilot in the flight deck. Even a poorly trained pilot is better than any well-trained person on the ground where you're dealing with these potentially hackable signals. Like that scares me more than anything, is the idea that someone could remotely control your airplane. It's only a matter of time. If Airbus starts manufacturing those airplanes, it's only a matter of time before some smart criminal or terrorist organization finds a way to hack into that system and take over an aircraft remotely. Don't even need a suicide. Don't even need a suicide bomber or anything anymore. Now the terrorists can just sit in their basements and take over the airplanes remotely and do whatever they want with them, crash them wherever they want, without even leaving the comfort of their own basement. That whole concept just absolutely scares the bejesus out of me, and I certainly hope I will not live to see the day of single pilot airliners, because I think it's a huge mistake. Anyways, that was my big blurb on this. Just this whole Pakistani accident, it was such a sad tragedy, and it was so preventable if there had been a little bit more communication, and the captain especially was not given a very good review in this report as well. And they investigated his history. They found that the airline originally didn't want to hire him. They did not pass the original psychological exam, and when he wanted a second opinion, he was sent to the military for the military hospital to get a second opinion, where he had a whole bunch of buddies that worked. So after he went to the military hospital for a second opinion on his psych exam, surprisingly, he miraculously passed, and he got the job eventually. He was reported as being domineering. Didn't deal well with stress, and was what was the other thing they said about him? They said a number of things about him in his psychological exams, but domineering, didn't handle stress well, below average intelligence, very poor spatial and situational awareness, didn't understand the basics of how an airplane flies through the air particularly well, but had been doing it for years. Until the one day when the airplane he was flying was too high, too fast, and didn't slow down in time. First officer put the gear back up, assuming they were going to do a go-around, because that was his pit. There's no way we can do this at this point. And the ATC had even told them to break off the approach, and they said, no, we got it, we're fine. It was absolutely frightening to read this, and it was just such a tragedy, because it was a perfectly flyable airplane on a beautiful day, and the crew just flew it into the ground for lack of good crew resource management, lack of good awareness of what was happening in the flight. It was just absolutely tragic. Alright, I see we just passed waypoint save on there. 1644 with 9.4 in the tanks. Let's just do a little fuel check here. 1644, we're starting to fall a little bit behind here. We are still up on fuel, me and my great grammar. Still up 300 kilos on the fuel, so we're falling a little bit behind where we were on the fuel. We're up 400 before. Could be a rounding error. We're 1 minute late at save on, so we're starting to lose a little bit of time here. How's that prediction looking? 1836 in Newark. That is later than our flight plan predicts. And we had talked about this. We have to look at our arrival into Newark, because we have some discrepancies on our arrival into Newark here. So our flight plan ends at Metro, and then we have to figure out how to get to Newark from there. So let's do this. Let's go Newark, and let's go stars. Let's see if there's any stars from the south. I know there is one. I just don't know which one it is. I think it's the Filbo. No, the Pens, I think. No, the Filbo as well. Yeah, the Filbo, Pens. There's Brand, which takes you to Watcha. Turboprop aircraft only. So for us, we would probably have to do the Filbo arrival. See, we end up at Metro here, which is kind of on the Filbo arrival. So let me just overlay this, and let's kind of get an idea of how this jives with our flight plan here. So we kind of come in from the southeast. It's a very kind of awkward arrival. I wonder if I couldn't have picked a better route. Like, this is honestly a very awkward arrival. I think the idea is kind of a duck under, because I know the other, the JFK and the LaGuardia arrival kind of come up further up the east, kind of more along the coast here, close on the coast. So this is probably ducking underneath that arrival. But I don't like, I don't like that. What would we do here? So for landing 4 right, approaching Metro, expect radar vectors. So that's pretty much what we'd do. We'd get to Metro and we'd be getting on vectors anyways. It just feels like if New York Center comes online, they're probably going to give us a vector here. Maybe we could take a couple of shortcuts. I feel like we could have done something a little more direct. I kind of wish I'd sim briefed and looked at this a little bit more closely. I kind of picked a routing that was offered, and I didn't look any more closely at it. So I'm just going to have a look here. Just because I don't want to take too long on this flight, I wonder if we can maybe find a faster route. And I'm going to probably have my lunch break here because it's already, wow, it has gotten quite late already. Sure. Alright. So I'm just curious if any of these other routes kind of make us any better. I really should have looked at this more carefully. I booted the sim and I realized that I had turned off my San Juan scenery, so I had to reboot the sim a second time, which was a little frustrating. They had these westerly arrivals really, yeah. Yeah, it's either go way west and come ashore south of Norfolk. So it's either go way west and come ashore south of Norfolk, which we have already reached save on. We would have to start doing a diversion over there now. I was looking at this airway, but I really don't think ATC is going to want us to fly that airway. But is any ATC online? So if we were to get a reclearance, if we were to go Akonu, after Akonu we go to Webb, and then we do Bravo 24. Just trying to find another label here. Bravo 24 to Sea Isle. DQO maybe? Just trying to see where we could join this arrival here. Get rid of this for a second here. So where's DuPont? There's Robbinsville. I don't see DuPont on here. Low IFR, do I see DuPont? Woodstow. Where's DuPont? It was somewhere kind of back this way because it's kind of lined up with the... There's DuPont. It's over Wilmington. You could do that. It wouldn't be... It might be a little bit shorter. Let's do this. Let's use that secondary flight plan and let's see if this saves us any time. So after Akonu, let's do this here. Let's do after Akonu, let's do Webb. And then from there, let's do Airway, Bravo 24 to Sea Isle. And then from there, we go to DuPont, I think. I don't think there's anywhere better than that, really, to join the Filbo 4 arrival. Maybe we go direct Steph even, or Somto. Let me overlay this one more time and just have one more look here. Definitely do that anyways. Yeah, do that. Bravo 24 after Sea Isle. All the way to Sea Isle. Sea Isle. DQO or even Steffi. So this is DQO right here. Yeah, it's a little bit. Okay, so what we can then do is do arrival. Come on. Just trying to see if there's a faster way in there, because there's no ATC to deal with. I can change my route as I see fit. So, ILS4 right, Kilma, let's do Star. Let's do the Filbo 4. Where can we join it? Hydrant Court, Swan. I think they're all about the same. I'm going to pin this one for now. I can do it for Swan, and then I'll even... So let's go back to return there. So after Sea Isle... I have to go past... Is this the Filbo? Why does this not look right? Oh, there it is. DQO, Steffi. Alright, so let's go DQO after Sea Isle. Let's see what happens. So, Sea Isle. Next fix, DQO. Next waypoint. And then let's see here. It's recalculating. It's about the same. 1834. It's about 3 minutes faster. And if I even delete DQO and make it a little bit more direct, go direct Steffi. Still no ATC online? We're going to do this. We're going to change our route here. So, Sea Isle, DQO. Get rid of DQO and get rid of the discons. We'll go from Sea Isle direct to Steffi. And that should cut off. It's about the same now. 1834. 1837. It's about the same. Alright. Let's go ahead and activate that secondary. We now have a slightly new route. Coming to Puerto after Okonu Web, and that's where we make our left turn, and then we join the arrival into Newark instead of taking the slightly more a windy route in, as it were. And now it says 1847. Now it says it's going to take longer to do this route. What are you doing with my calculations here? Messing with me. You're messing with me. I'm just trying to cut off a little bit of this corner because I really don't want it to take forever. We're supposed to be on the gate by 18... Oh, we're a little late leaving, but we were supposed to be on the gate by... I'm trying to think now. 1820, and we're showing 1847. Can't go much faster. We got a full speed descent happening here. Is it because they have us going down sooner then on this route? It's probably what happened. The altitude restrictions on the arrival probably actually end up hurting me more than helping me. Maybe I should go back to the original route. Yeah, I'm not sure if that is any better or not. I think it looks like it's actually going to take longer at this point. I can't believe it's actually going to take longer. Wow. Alright, well, secondary should have identified that right away, but it didn't. So, alright, we'll go back to our original filed route. Hold on while I pull that up now. Just trying to get there. I feel like this flight has taken too long already. Strong headwind is not helping. 106 knots, geez Louise. Okay, so let me find the routing here. So it's Okonu. It's direct Yale. Alright, so let's go ahead and change it back in the secondary again. Yale. and then it's Yankee 497 to subs. So after Kono, it's Yale. Make sure I'm spelling that the right Yale. Yeah, double Y. Yankee 497 subs. What's funny is that I think Robbinsville was on the arrival, wasn't it? We're just looking at this here. It's got Robbinsville, Victor 249. Maybe it wasn't. I thought it was in the arrival. No, DQO. No, Robbinsville's not in the arrival. Okay. Okay. Anyways, we'll cut some corners when we get a little closer in here to save a little bit of time, but we are... Alright, so let's go back to our filed route here. Alright, so Konu, Yale, Yankee 497, subs. For some reason I don't see Airways listed here. Oh, because I'm clicking the wrong side, that's why I'm an idiot. Lateral side, there we go, Airways. Yankee 497 to the subs intersection. I think we'll just have to give ourselves. Alright, it likes that. And after that it was Charlie Yankee November, Golf X-Ray Uniform, Robbinsville, Victor 249 to Metro. Yeah, we'll fix it. We'll fix it, don't worry. Alright, so Charlie Yankee November, Golf X-Ray Uniform, Robbinsville, and what was the airway again? I've forgotten the airway. It was Victor 249 to Metro. Robbinsville, that's the one. And then from Robbinsville, Victor 249. Victor 249 to the Metro intersection, and this should get my fuel back in the tanks. Insert. And if it linked it together, it did not, but that's okay. Wow, yeah, there's a lot of waypoints to take out here. So what I will do is I will go next waypoint after Metro, and I'll put Filbo. Metro, I'll do marked. M-A-R-R-T. M-A-R-R-T. Next waypoint. That should collapse my flight plan right back up there again. There we go. Insert that. That'll take my fuel above min again. 4.6. That's good. 1841. Every time I do this, it's recalculated for even longer. Give it a second. It's going to figure out that that's not below minimum. Because minimum destination fuel on board is 3. Now we're showing 4.6 again, so it's fine. Okay, well, I tried to do that to see if I could find a different route that was a little bit shorter, but I think it's just the wind is killing us here. I got 106 knots on the nose. Not quite on the nose. 106 knot quartering headwind here, though. It's really killing me. We're doing 387 ground speed, even though I'm trying to do like Mach 8.0. It's just killing me here. It's going to take us another hour and a half to get to Newark. So, all right. So we've checked out the Newark stuff anyways. We've got the arrival up there. I think it's about time for me to take a little break here anyways. All right. So it's still flashing amber at me. I've rechecked the value here. It's 4.6. It sounds very reasonable. Let's just go do this. Let's check the plan and just see that this looks like the original flight plan now, and then takes a big jog to the left, confusing jog to the right, and over to the approach for Newark. Yeah, okay, no, that all looks good. We'll take some shortcuts when we get a little closer in just to sort of shave a little time off, but for now, carry on. All right, so I think it's about that time. I have been at this now for, what's it been, 3 hours? It's been a long flight so far. I think it's time for me to take a quick little meal break, and then get back and we'll start setting up for the arrival because we're just a little over an hour and a half away. So in about 30 minutes, I want to set up for the arrival into Newark. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and set an external view here. So I'm just going to turn down the background audio for now. And actually, before I do that, the one thing I'm going to do is I'm going to just set my step climb here. 340. Thrust climb in all blue. So let's just watch the step climb here. And then as soon as the step climb is done, we'll go to our external view. We'll watch what's happening out there. I wonder if any of these altitudes would do better to get me out of the wind, too. That's the other thing. Could I make a substantial difference in the wind if I changed altitude? I feel like the answer to that is, again, no, but it's certainly worth a try. Let me just move this so I can see the climb going there. There we go. All right, let's do weather. Why can I not get... Can we not get weather in the sim still? Oh, boo. Is there an update that I haven't done? Because I thought we could get weather in the sim. I was looking at it on my sim brief anyways. Really? Alright, so let's see here. From where we are, that's not the route we're on. We're on this route. Let's just have a look at wind barbs at various altitudes. We are really right into it. But no matter what way we would have done it, if we'd gone this way, the roundabout route still would have been very much into the wind. Hopefully the wind's going to die off over the next hour or so. There's 336 climbing 340. This is for 360, 340, 320, 300. The lower you get, it does get less. That being said, you're only chopping about 10 knots off the wind to go down to 320, 300. Yeah, drop 20 knots off the wind maybe. It definitely, the lower is faster, but whether or not it's enough to make a real difference. Grounding still 373. There's Mach Hall Cruise again. Doesn't make a big difference by the looks of it. Yeah, our wind's picked up a little bit. The ground speed is about the same as it was before. Flight plan still showing the same. 1843 now arriving in Newark because we got those extra couple minutes of that downwind leg that we're probably not going to do. It's not really a downwind, it's an upwind leg. It's meant more for going around the other way. But anyways, that is enough for me for the time being. I'm going to step away for a little bit here, probably about 20 minutes. I'm going to go eat something, drink something, make a new cup of coffee, and then we'll come back and we'll start getting ready for this arrival into Newark. So thanks everybody for tuning in. Sorry to leave you, but I just can't stay and chat for this long without eating something. So yeah, I'm gonna give you control. Please don't ruin anything while I'm gone. And we'll come back in about 20 minutes. So probably about 25 after we'll get back here and we'll start getting set up for that arrival into Newark. In the meantime, guys, thanks so much for watching. Let me give you the external view to watch here. Let me just, before I do that, I'm going to be polite and turn the volume down before I switch to the external view so it's not ridiculously loud. And there you go. Well, I was going faster than the other JetBlue. I slowly overtook him, doing my full-on Mach 8.2. But there we go. So you guys can watch that for a little bit. Hopefully nothing too exciting happens there. I will be back in about 20 minutes at the most, and then we'll start setting up for that arrival. Thanks, guys, for watching. We'll see you guys real soon. Alrighty, back with you guys. Welcome back. I am just going to go ahead and switch us into, well, I might take a second here and just enjoy the outside view of this aircraft. And I also love how you can even hear the tone of the airplane change as you scroll around it. It's such a fantastic model. They've done such a good job. Let's see if I can make this move properly here. No, apparently I can't actually. There you go. Apparently we're relegated to this, but scrolling around the airplane and so on and so forth. Anywho, back in the flight deck, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you guys so much for watching. I'm just going to pull the volume up a little bit again here. We are just going to be landing in Newark in about an hour, so I'm going to start setting up for this in just a couple minutes. I just thought I'd bring up a couple more interesting tidbits of news that happened in my life and things that stuff happens in your life. And yeah, so one of the things that did happen, and I took it and I ran with it as a, you know, stuff happens in your life, and you can either let it get you down, or you can try and run with it as a plus. So I think I mentioned this in the last one or two streams that I started to get a line right down the middle of my screen here. Pardon me. Right down the middle of my screen, started out as a red line, then it became a blue line, and that's when I kind of figured that, like, yeah, like I'm losing some connection. At first, I could, like, if I gave a little tap, it would kind of, like, the line would disappear, would kind of reconnect itself, but it got worse and worse to the point where it no longer did anything. It's almost right in the middle. So I said, yeah, my screen's probably euchred. So I was getting really disappointed. I was thinking about taking it apart and trying to see if I could fix it, and then I kind of looked at the back of it. I'm like, well, I've had this screen for almost 8 years. There's a fella stiffing my butt. Yeah, I think that's that other JetBlue that I think I slowly overtook him. Yeah, so I looked at the back and said, you know what, I've had this monitor for 7 or 8 years. That's a reasonable lifespan for a monitor. They should be longer, but that's not bad. That's very reasonable lifespan. So I looked around a little bit and I splurged. I bit the bullet and I said, you know what, I deserve something nice once in a while. So I went and got myself a slightly larger monitor. I went for a QHD. So what is it? I can't remember what it is now. It's a 1440 screen anyway, so it's a little bit higher resolution than my old one. You won't notice the difference in here because for flight sim, I couldn't turn it up. I tried it one day and it looks so nice. But it's like almost double the number of pixels, so it basically turned my frame rate in half. It's like I can't do that, so I'm hoping. But I kind of looked at it and I said, you know what, if I get a good one now, it's kind of supporting the future video card that I'm going to have. So when I get a better video card, I can go up to the higher resolution. So I was thinking about just a standard HD, and I said, no, you know what? For a little bit more money, I'll pay for the QHD. So it is a little bit bigger than my old monitor is. My old monitor, I think, was a 28. This is now 31.5 inches. So it's noticeably bigger. It's a curved monitor too, which is kind of nice. But it definitely feels like, even from a normal perspective, it definitely covers a much larger field of view. The only thing is that it's not any sharper than the old monitor is, so I was hoping that, like, trying to look down here and see the looking down here, trying to see the you know, the speed and the flight director and everything. I was hoping it would be a little bit clearer. It wasn't. My graphics card is a GTX 1060. If you can believe that. It's a 1060, it's running the sim. It does a pretty good job with the sim, all things considered. I got a really nice processor in there. I've got an i7, what do I got? I've got an i7 in there, pretty recent. I upgraded a couple of years ago, but my GTX 1060 is quite old. I'm hoping that by the end of this year, I will have enough money saved away to reward myself with a much faster, hopefully something in the 4060 range. 1060 does okay, but yeah, I'm looking to skip past the second and third generation RTX and just go straight for like an RTX like 4080 or 4060 or something like that. We'll see what the prices are like, what's available when I have the money. I'm about halfway there in terms of saving money for a higher end card like that, but that's fine. But at least I future-proof my monitor now. So now it's a QHD monitor, so when I do get a faster video card, I've already got the monitor to run at a higher resolution. So, but it's just nice to have a bigger monitor, even just playing other games too. It's the colors are so vivid on it. It's a lot nicer than my old monitor. My old monitor wasn't bad. And I didn't even spend that much. So that was the nice thing. Was I kind of looking around at a couple things. I was like, I want to replace it, but I'm not like I'm desperate to replace it. So I kind of had. I took a few weeks. I looked around and I discovered the best deal was Costco. This monitor, it's an Acer from Costco, and it was $270 including shipping for a QHD 31.5 inch. It's like, sure. Why not? Most of the other ones you were dealing with probably $50 to $100 more. So I was like, I will bite the bullet. I will order it from Costco. And I don't normally like ordering electronics online, but I have to say though too, the other thing that blew me away was that it came the next day. It was like, oh, you know, delivery in like 4 or 5 days or something. It was like gonna be Tuesday, Wednesday of the following week. I ordered on a Thursday night. Friday morning I wake up, there's an email. Your monitor is out for delivery. I guess it just made it in the warehouse and on the shipment on the truck the same day. But yeah, less than 12 hours after I ordered it, it was already out the door on its out the door of the warehouse on the truck on its way to me. So, yeah, so I'm hoping to get a new video card to support this monitor. But yeah, so this is running at the same resolution. Most of my other games that I play, because I don't play a lot of like super high-end games. I tend to play like a lot more strategy games, things like that. So most of my other games, I'm able to run it at the 1440p and not and you know the frame rate's still fine. Flight Sim is one of the few things that I cannot run at 1440 at with this video card. But most other ones I can kind of run with, even with the 1060. What other games do I play? Like I do play quite a bit of American Truck Simulator, so I cranked that one up and it looks nice and crisp. I had to turn down just a couple of detail settings, but the 1060 runs quite well, satisfactory. I play a lot. I've turned the level of the draw distance down quite a bit on it, but it still runs quite nicely. Yeah, I'm not a huge FPS kind of person, so I don't need like the ultra graphic cards for that. I really just need it for MSFS, and so I just can't wait to see what this monitor looks like running MSFS when I can get up to 1440 psi. I'm still running it at 1080 just because that's all my graphics card will spew out at a reasonable frame rate. Anywho, yeah, but that was one little adventure I had in my life. There was one other little adventure that I had in my life, like 3 days after I bought this monitor, and that was that I completely destroyed my phone. And it's funny because like I talked about this in a couple other streams of how much I would love to have a day without my phone, and when the very real reality of, oh shit, you don't have a phone anymore, kind of came my way. I'm not as free from my phone as I would like to believe. And part of it was because I had to go to work the next day, and it's like, okay, being away and being out of contact and not having a phone where anybody can get a hold of me, that started to get me very, very concerned very quickly. It's easy when you're having days at home or even just going out about the town doing shopping, errands, whatever. But when you're going to work, you're going to a different city. Potentially, crew schedulers need to get a hold of you at different times. To not have a phone is really just not viable. But yeah, I was more than a little annoyed because I was just, you know, we love our devices. We don't even treat them like the devices that they are. For devices that we love as much as we do, we don't take the time to treat them with the care that they require. How many people have dropped their phone? Like I dropped my phone many times. A lot of times before it broke, I've dropped my phone on the ground many times because you're doing other things at once. It's just in your hand all the time. You stop thinking about it as being a valuable thing just because it's around all the time. But it's an incredibly valuable machine, and we stopped thinking about it until the one day where we have to contemplate replacing it. So I ended up replacing the screen. But what happened was I was just getting into the car. I had the key in one hand, and then I put the key back in my pocket. I had my phone in the other hand, and I had some other stuff under my arm too. So I was just trying to put my phone back in my pocket so I could get the other stuff on my arm and toss it in, and boom, the phone slipped out of my hand, landed corner on the pavement, and just destroyed the screen. Destroyed. And the funny thing was, it didn't even crack the surface of the screen itself, but it destroyed the actual screen underneath. The actual electronics underneath got destroyed, and all it would do was flash a couple of white squares in the corners, and that was it. Could not do anything with it. So mad. I only had my phone for about 2 years, and just, I was so mad about it because it's like, it's so preventable too if I just took a tiny bit more care. So I went, so I had to go to work the next day. It was a weekend. I had to go to work the next day, so I went to work. I found my old phone, my old phone that has a battery that doesn't really last, but it still does the job. Charged it up, switched my SIM card over, installed some of the work apps that I need, took it with me. I was really kind of disappointed. At least it was a phone. And the one thing about going back to it was a Samsung S7, so I have a Pixel 5a right now. This is too big of a phone. This device is too big. It really is. Like, this is the biggest problem we have with phones right now, is they're bigger than they need to be, and they are way too big. And I spent about 4 days carrying around my Samsung S7, and it's about 3/4 of the height of this, if even that. It's a little bit less wide. It's quite a bit less tall. Such a comfortable size. It fits in your hand so nicely. It's also thinner too. It fits in your hand so nicely. These phones are getting so big, so outsized. They're so impractical to even carry around and put in your hand anymore. Whatever happened to having a nice sized phone? And it just seems like the trend is ever upwards on bigger and bigger. But anyways, I really like this phone, so I ended up paying to replace the screen. It cost me almost $300, which it is what it is, and it's my own fault, and I really hate myself because I also preach to my children. Be careful with your devices. Please be careful with your devices. I can't afford to replace them all, he said as he replaced his phone. Yeah, I can't afford to replace my devices very often, but and I don't want to. I like a device and I get used to it, and if they would last longer, I would use them for longer. I'm not a person who necessarily wants the fastest, newest phone technology all the time. I just want a decent phone that's going to make phone calls, allow text messaging. And this is the thing, is that like this is why I tend to think the phones peaked with BlackBerry pretty much. I have never run across a touchscreen phone that was more comfortable or more easy to use than a BlackBerry. Their operating system was perhaps a little bit crude at times, but just in terms of a user interface, digital tactile keys, actually having tactile keys. I hate touchscreen keyboards so much. They are the bane of our existence these days. Touchscreen keyboards for everything. It's like, there's a reason why this airplane in front of me here does not have touchscreens, because it's a far inferior input method, especially in a device. And this is the thing about phones too. A phone is a device that you become very personal with. Everyone's like, oh, well, touchscreens are better because you can make it universal. Everybody can get used to their device and stuff. When you have a device like this that you carry around with you and you use every day of your life, you know this device extremely well. Buttons on it are a fantastic thing. Buttons are not always great, and touchscreens, that's where touchscreens can sometimes be nice, is when you're in an environment where different people are using your device and you want to make it incredibly easy and obvious and intuitive, although there's something to be said that often these devices are not intuitive. But like a device that you're going to use personally every day, buttons galore, because you're going to know those buttons. You're going to learn those buttons because you're going to use it every day. Pilots know all the buttons in their airplanes because they use them every day. That to me is the superior. For something that you're going to use every day, buttons are better than a touchscreen, because you get the haptic feedback. You know that you push the correct button in the right space every time. Whereas touchscreen keyboards, they're terrible at best, and autocorrect has not made them any better, because autocorrect more often than not gets the correction wrong and corrects things that are not supposed to be corrected. So it just starting to really despise the technology of phones that are coming out. The one reason I bought this phone is because of the one thing that it does have on it, which is a 3.5mm jack. The universal headphone jack is another example of where phones are going backwards in technology. We're removing useful plugs and replacing them with what? With nothing. With the super expensive Bluetooth headphones that you don't need, that are disposable, that you're going to throw away after 2 years, and the lithium battery is just going to sit there decaying in a landfill for the next 10 million years until the Earth gets incinerated, instead of just buying an old-fashioned pair of headphones. Tangled wires were not such a bad problem that we all had to switch to wireless earbuds. And even if you want to, just watching you speed, even if you wanted to, and some people do, and some people think that they're better, okay. But why are the rest of us being forced to not use 3.5mm headphone jacks? That's the other side of the equation. Pushing us forward into technology, pushing away the useful, backwards compatible, universal technology that has existed for decades. Apple is not... Apple would like to believe that they can rewrite all of our technological standards in a matter of a couple of years, but these standards developed over decades because they were reliable, useful, universal, easy. You know, most of the stuff that comes out with now, they expect the standard to be obsolete in 5 years anyways. Like, let's come out with stuff for 40 years or 50 years, not 3 to 5 years. I like my 3.5 millimeter jack, my nice little easy to use headphones. They come with me, and I don't have to remember to charge them. They're not constantly battling to charge them. They're just always ready to go. Yeah, to me, it's by far the superior system. And even if you disagree with me, I don't think that we should be forced to not use them. That's the other side of it. It's like, oh, well, you know, we know better. Apple thinks they know better than everybody. That is a bit of a stretch. They do some things well. They do their privacy policies are quite well, but unfortunately their iOS has been slipping for quite some time. I do like their privacy policies, but most of the rest of the stuff about their devices, the devices are overpriced, overhyped, and they're not necessarily as good as they would like to believe. Yeah, anywho. But I was so disappointed by that. Glad that I replaced the screen. Glad I was able to find a place in the shop to replace it so I can continue to use this device for a couple more years. The one thing I will take away from it is that it was a valuable lesson. I cussed up a storm and my kids saw that I was ticked off for like at least a day. And the thing that ticked me off the most was that I did it to myself. I was just stupid. My own lack of care. That I hope that when I told them how much, because I told them how much it cost me to replace that screen, to fix the damage to my device. I think it kind of hit home to them a little bit, like how much these devices are worth and how much they do need to take care of them, because if they don't, then they're not going to be there when you want them. So I hope that was the case, that they did kind of, you know, if nothing else, the silver lining is that for all of us in my family, it kind of demonstrated what the device is worth to you as a person, what the device is worth as a dollar value, what it costs to repair, and what we should be taking care of it as. Pineapple Man 787-9. Yes, I do have the Dzierżoniecki Newark scenery pretty much everywhere I fly on stream. I always try to have good scenery available because the default stuff is just so bad. It's not bad. I mean, it fills the gap if there's nothing there, but I would much rather fly to a much more realistic looking version of the city. All right. End rant about my devices. Anywho, Newark 4 right. Let's get some ATIS first, and then let's look at some landing data. So let me pull up an ATIS stop report here. Actually, let me just do digital ATIS here. So I've got the FAA's digital ATIS right here. Let's just go scroll up to KEWR. There we go. ILS 4 right and used departing 4 left. It's 3022, 2500. I don't see anything about wet runway, so we'll assume it's dry. 3022 on the meter for this, and we'll start setting up for this arrival. So we got a little over half an hour to go. And we got some, yeah, that was just me. Alright, so we've got, it's a little bit hard to read, I realize, in the sun and everything. I think this is at maximum brightness. I assume this is maximum brightness. And it's not even close. There, try that. Landing data, Newark. 4 right, dry runway, refresh METAR, apply METAR. Landing weight, always a good question. I like the fuel prediction page best of all. 59.3 plus 5 is 64.3, and our max landing weight is 64.5, so let's just do 64.5. Low auto brake, idle no reverse, manual landing, flaps full. Auto thrust on. Yeah, that's all good. So we have 10,000 feet. That's not correct. That is not correct. 6,700 feet is the unfactored distance. Factored, it goes up to 7,800. That's going to be closer to 8,800. So I may do medium auto brake. And max manual, low, click again, medium. See, I think it's drop down menu, but it's not drop down menu. Medium does a lot better. Yeah, it's not 10,000 feet. The runway in Newark, I'm pretty sure, is not 10,000 feet long. Yes, see? 10,000 feet, but it's not 10,000 feet long for landing. Runway 4 right from the threshold is 8,810 feet. That's something we should complain to Fenix about. Of course, I don't know if they have access to that data or how they would obtain that data. We'll have to see. Question, any ATC app ahead yet? Nothing, nothing, nothing. There's a tower in LaGuardia. That's it. Okay. 1 second here. Hack up my lung, and then we're good to go. Alright, so let's do that. So, 8,800 feet. Yeah, so the 7,800 feet was getting a little tight, so we'll do medium auto brake. That's fine. And, yeah, we'll plan on the ILS to 4 right. We really don't have an arrival. We don't need one. We're just going to basically get a vector over towards Kilma after Metro. Try and pull this up here. Alright, so we're going to go through this really quickly here. Make sure it looks good. Oh, we got some time back. I don't know what happened, but we got some time back. 1832 now. If we take some shortcuts, it'll go even better. Yale, Betty, so that's all good. So Owens, we follow the airway up until we get to... There's the 3 VORs. CYN, GKU, Robbinsville, Jerry, Metro. And what we'll do after Metro is we'll give ourselves direct to Kilma probably and join from there. Kilma inbound, it's got to be at least 2,800. Do I not have constraints up? I don't have. Yeah, I do have constraints up. Alright, so there's the fixes that are on the Star, which we're not really flying because we didn't really file it. So Kilma. And then it's Gritty. Gritty's got to be 2,800. Dewin, 1,700. And then Newark. And then let's check the misapproach here. Do not exceed 210 knots on Nebty, so climb to 560. And climbing right turn to 2,000, direct Tiny. And left turn on track 015 to Nebty. If I bring this up one more, it'll draw it all on there. There it is. 210 knots at Nebty, below 2,000 feet. Then climbing left turn to 3,000, track 313 to Flyers. And continue climb and hold to 3,000 feet. Alright, so that's all in there. 3,000 is the hold altitude. The initial mist approach is 2,000 until we get to Nebty, so we'll put it 2,000 initially for the mist. Alright, RadNav page, so we should have IZA 1087 and 038, that's all auto-tuned, that's good. 039, 038, that's just a magnetic variation issue, that's fine. Flight level 340 or 350 is the optimum, and let's go ahead and go KEWR 04 right. Alright, perf. So for the descent, 76340, it's just too fast. So I'm going to go 78, but then I'm going to dial this back to 320 because otherwise it'll be riding the red line all the way down. That gives us some margin under the red line. Alright. Where's my ATIS gone here? It's not my ATIS. Where's my ATIS? There it is. So, 3022, 9 degrees, winds 100 at 5. 100 at 5. 3022, and 9 degrees. I'm going to do this flaps full. Barrel mins on this are showing 211. I'm going to check the NOTAMs in a second here. We'll just set this all up and then we'll double check the NOTAMs to make sure there's nothing exciting. Put 3,000 here for the thrust reduction acceleration, flap retraction altitude, engine acceleration altitude. Fuel prediction. So we're showing 2 tons and 1 hour of extra fuel. So we can definitely do a whole go around, come back and try it again if anything goes untowards in the arrival. And secondary, we're going to recopy the active here. Okay, before I give you a briefing, I'm just going to check the NOTAMs and then we're good for a briefing here. So, NOTAMs. Newark. So this is all SUJ. There we are, Newark. 10 between Alpha and Terminal Ramp closed. Okay, so maybe I should pull this up here and just have this handy because I got some taxiway closures to look at. Hide that. Alright, let's check this again here. Alright. NOTAMs. Alpha 10 between Alpha and Terminal Alpha Ramp. Okay, that's closed here. So I think we'll have to enter at Alpha 8 there. Foxtrot between Alpha 10 and 11, that's fine. November between Papa and Bravo. Let's see here, November between Papa and Bravo, fine. Marking's not standard, lights unserviceable. We've got various signs missing, lights unserviceable. Stuff gets damaged in the winter and removed. Nothing on the runways. 4 right declared distance. Landing is available 8809 feet. There we go. Approach procedures. ILS 4 right, Cat 23, nope. ILS Yankee or Lope 4 left, no. Zulu 4 right, ILS Lope 11, nope. Perfect. Alright, no note dams that affect us. So, we've got no failures on the aircraft. No, we do have the 1 MEL, but it's basically been rendered redundant. There is no fuel in the center tank anymore to burn, so that's it. There is no effect of that MEL anymore. Status is normal at this point. So, are you ready for the approach briefing?
Go ahead.
Alright, so the arrival is just the flight plan route ending at Metro and expecting a radar vector or a self vector since I don't see any ATC yet to the ILS to runway 4 right to plate 11-2 IEZA 1087 and 039. That's all been auto-tuned. The glide slope at Dewan 1700, ILSDA of 211, no temp comps required. Missed approach is as published or as otherwise advised by ATC. There is a speed limit 210 at Nebty. The initial top altitude we'll set is 2,000. Once we pass Nebty, we climb up to 3,000. MSA, all sectors around the TJSJ-KEWR at 2,900. Radar required, circling to 29 at night. We're not going to be doing that. VGSI glide, ILS glide path not coincident. VGSI glide path angle 295, but a threshold crossing at 71 feet. MLSR Poppy's left on 4 left as well. So close parallel runway, just make sure we're lined up with the right runway. This is a non-standard 2.95 degree glide slope. Poppy's left, ALSF2 lighting system, 211 feet. RVR 1800 or a half mile. It's pretty VMC right now. It's broken at like 2500 or something, but it's definitely we should be able to get down there. Landing on runway 4 right in Newark. We'll touch down in the optimum touchdown zone from the aiming marks to the 2 marks thereafter. TPL is the end of the painted touchdown zone. And we'll take a left turn off the runway. Probably Papa 3 with the medium braking. Might even make Juliet, if not Papa 4. Because we got to go all the way back down. We got to cross the inner departure runway, so make sure to make the appropriate calls on Unicom. 18.3 for tower here, right? 18.3 for tower, so that'll be our Unicom frequency. And then we'll take Alpha back to the hard stand. We won't take Alpha 10, so we'll enter the ramp at Alpha 8. Our gate is Alpha 15, which is over here on the north side of the Alpha terminal. So we'll go in Alpha 8 around the corner and over to the gate. Yeah, it's going to be managed approach to manual landing. Local lights will couple approach clear for the approach. We'll arm approach mode, second autopilot. NTIs will be off for this arrival. We got medium auto brake. We'll do max reverse initially just to make sure we are decelerating and to make an early turn off because we have to taxi all the way back to the terminal and config full for landing. Disengage the autopilot once we're established on final with the runway in sight, no traffic ahead, and landing otherwise assured. Let's see here. RadNav, we got the auto tune on there. Fuel prediction, so we are showing 2.1 extra now. So 1 hour and 1 minute of extra fuel. So we got lots of time. We can go around. We can come back and try another approach on the airport. Otherwise, we'll continue inbound. Alternate is Washington Dulles. I haven't checked the weather in Washington lately, but let's just do it up real quick here. WXKIAD on VATSIM says winds are calm. 10 miles few at 3,000, broken 25,000. I should also check the TAF to be sure. If I go in here, I should have it. Let's see here. Go flight. There's Washington. Let's go info. Let's go open airport. And let's go weather. TAF. Just confirm that at least for the rest of the day today, until at least 0500 Zulu, we're good. Alright, so that's good. I think that's it. Any questions?
No questions.
Alright, I'm just going to quickly talk about threats. New York airspace, it's always hectic, it's always busy. I don't have any kind of waypoints here that are really realistic here. Let's do this. I just wanted to see, what's the distance from Metro to, because we haven't started descent yet, but I feel like we should. From Metro to Kilma. I feel like we should be in Metro at like 5,000 or something. So from Metro to Kilma is about 10 miles. So I'm going to say, yeah, let's put in an altitude constraint just for planning purposes of Metro at 5,000. And this will probably mean we've already started our descent. Sorry. Still clearing my throat constantly. And okay, it gives me a descent point there looks like just approaching drift. So at least that gives me a descent point to aim for. It looks like we still got some time. Yeah, threats. So New York airspace, it's always busy. CTAF on VATSIM is 18.3, so I'm going to go ahead and get the CTAF frequency going and the standby so I can flip it over pretty quick. I can even get the FO to flip it over if I need to. And I can make the appropriate calls on the VATSIM CTAF. Alright, that threat's mitigated. Yeah, other than that, I don't have a whole lot of other threats. Dry runway, don't think we're going to need anti-ice on the arrival. I honestly don't see too many other threats out there. If you guys see any threats, please tell me what they are, but I don't see anything else really right now, so let's go ahead and, yeah. So we do have a Atsu... let's see here, AOC. So I did see we do have an ACARS message from a long time ago from JetBlue Ops, CDC delay card on company tablet, allocate as per the Ops manual. And I don't even know, honestly, where to find that. I know we've talked about it here. Documents. Fenix user guide. QRH. Interesting. They have an actual QRH in here? Only QRH. Delay allocation card. There it is. I may have stalled the tablet by trying to load that QRH. So let's see if I can do this here. AOC, we'll just call it flight crew is not ready. ADC delay code 22 minutes. Here we are. Simulator restart. I love that, Phoenix. Yes, Phoenix simulator restart. Thank you. I'm going to say just OTH. OTH, all 22 minutes can just be placed on the flight crew. Flight crew prep. Sometimes it takes us longer than the allocated time to get ready. And I was just chatting away, yakking anyways. Alright. Send that. Simulator restart. System reset, status reset, new defect. Simulator restart. I love it. Somebody in Phoenix has a sense of humor, I'm glad. Hey UK, good morning. Nice to see you. Sorry, I looked away from the chat screen there for a few minutes. Do you pay for them, all the sceneries? Yes, I do eventually. I've collected lots over the years, but I don't usually buy that many. I might buy one, at most two a month. I do slowly kind of fill up my collection. Also, and I'll just say this now, I'll be honest, thank you guys for watching my stream because you are paying for some of the scenery. I do use the revenue I get. Why are we in bird? I want to play director mode. I do use some of the revenue I get from Twitch and YouTube to basically expand my sim, to buy new airports, fund new aircraft, that sort of thing. So I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in the channel. Thank you for subscribing, those of you that have. It just goes back into this hobby. It goes back to support my crippling addiction to flight simulation, as well as enabling all the developers by giving them some revenue as well. And actually the last time I did, I also donated some money to my favorite virtual airline, Canadian Express. So last time I got a revenue check from YouTube, which is just a little while ago, I gave a quarter of it to Canadian Express just because I do like the airline they've set up, and it's just funded by donations, so let's keep it going. Ain't paying for nothing in Newark. Newark's an interesting airport. Yeah. yeah, it's not an airport that people like to go to, although since the pandemic, it seems to have gotten better. The delays are not like as mammoth as they sometimes used to be. Sometimes it used to be just redonkulous. You'd be like, how does this airport even survive when it's always delayed all the time? I would say that it's gotten better. It's not as delayed as it used to be. I think I might take a shortcut here. I'm just going to have a look here very quickly. But yeah, I mean, but that's the nice thing about this hobby is don't pay for things you don't want, you're not going to use. Certainly if you're not going to go to Newark, if you don't like Newark, don't pay for it. It's fine. It's an interesting airport. It's definitely a very busy airport. If you're a United pilot, it's a huge hub. FedEx has got a lot of operations there too. Combined with all the other New York area airports, it's very busy. There's neat stuff you could do too. If you do the stadium visual to runway 29, that's always fun. Is that stadium visual or the bridge visual? I can't remember which visual that is. Anywho, but yeah, it's a fun airport in its own way. It's got some interesting procedures, but yeah, don't pay for anything you don't plan on using. Absolutely, don't. If you're not going to go there. The airport itself is good. The terminal itself, the city, and the delays are the worst. Well, and I will say this, like the new terminal is super nice. The delays used to be really bad. I find they're a lot better now than they used to be. They used to be absolutely terrible, and now they are really quite good. I think after what we'll do after Owens, we'll just go to Robbinsville. We'll cut the corner to Robbinsville. But yeah, it used to be terrible all the time. Like ridiculous delays. Like you can't believe the level of delays. It's gotten better. I think the United's gotten a little bit better at streamlining things, the airspaces. And this is actually some bit of news. Apparently they've moved Newark. I know it's not easy to move a whole airport, but they've moved Newark. Newark is now no longer administered under the New York TRACON. It's now been moved to the Philadelphia TRACON, which I found that really weird because, like, I guess the idea is that they're hoping that more staff will be willing to live in Philly, that they can attract more staff living in Philly, I guess is the idea. I'm just going to put RBV as the next waypoint here and just cut the corner. Robbinsville. Cut the corner a little bit here. But yeah, apparently they just announced that before this summer, the TRACON for the controllers for the Newark arrivals and departures will be moved from the New York TRACON to the Philadelphia TRACON. So that's an interesting little bit of news. I wonder if that'll make any impact. I guess the idea is that they're certainly hoping to employ more controllers, because the trouble is there's so many New York airports that need so many controllers they can never attract enough controllers. I use some Plaza for my scenery because I don't feel like paying $20 for an airport. Well, that's your choice. If I said I'd never pirated any software in my day, I'd be a dirty liar. That being said, I look at it this way. This is a pretty small community. The developers are not big developers. They're not, they're not Microsoft. They're not making tens of billions of dollars of revenue. So, if you don't support the developers, they may not be around to make more airports in the future. That's the way I look at it. So, I'm not trying to make the ethical argument in the normal respect of, well, it's stealing and this person put in that work, but I'm trying to frame it more in the fact that, like, these are all small time developers. They don't make a whole lot of sales, and they certainly don't make fortunes. We're not talking about multi-billion-dollar companies here making money off flight simulators. A lot of these studios are, well, and there you go. And a lot of these studios are oftentimes 1 or 2 or 3 person outfits, and so the revenue, it's often a side hustle. It's not even, you might be supporting one person as a full-time job. I'll let the streamers buy the good scenery. I hope that, and that was my argument back in the day too, is I don't have the money for the stuff anyway, so if I don't have the money, they're not losing any revenue if I get it anyways, because I was never going to pay for it anyways. That used to be my thinking. I've circled around and pretty much made a 180 on that now and said, you know what? I want to support these people. I want to give them money. I donate money to some of the charitable organizations. I've donated money to VATSIM this year. I've donated money to my favorite airline. I've donated money to a few of my favorite bits of freeware and shareware software. Just keep that in mind. And I hope that when you do have the money, and I'm not going to be one to judge your choices based on, I don't know your financial situation. I don't know your financial standing. All right, let's just do this here. There goes descent, all blue. We're descending flight level 240. I just hope that you will always keep that in mind and reconsider that, in the future, hopefully those developers will still be around when you have the money to support them. And I think most developers will kind of to some degree will accept that argument. It's not a great argument if you're poor. I mean, if you can afford a computer and you can afford to buy the sim in the first place, you can afford something. Some places do overcharge. I really do want to support them, and I bought some, but as a teenager without a full-time job, it's a bit hard. And I get that. I got the feeling you were a bit younger, and I get that. And I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. You got to make your own decisions. You've got to live with your own decisions and look yourself in the mirror. But that's my argument that I try to make, and I think it's a more appealing argument than the, well, it's bad. Don't do it because it's bad. I think the whole, think about who you're supporting when you pay for that software, I think is almost, it's not that you shouldn't be a good person and maybe shouldn't be an ethical person, but it's easier to, it's easier to part with that money when you say, not only am I getting this good scenery for it, but I'm also supporting this developer and hopefully that they will put out more good scenery in the future. That's the way I try to argue with people nowadays, because there's a lot of people. I'll be honest, I do not have a whole lot of disposable income in my life. As I said, I kind of put off buying a video card for a couple of years now because I don't really have the disposable income. I set up this streaming channel and started earning revenue from it just to offset this hobby. That's all it does. I don't earn a whole lot of money from this channel. It just offsets my hobby, lets me purchase some of these airports, some of these airplanes, and even then I usually am always putting a little bit of money in it myself. It's not usually covering the full balance, but it's just helping offset that cost a little bit. So yeah, things to think about anyways. I'm not going to tell you how to live your life. It's, like I said, you got to look yourself in the mirror every day. So you can do that. More power to you. There's 10,000 feet set for the descent. Still don't see, I got my VATSIM up here on the other side. Still don't see anybody online from Newark. See a couple of inbound aircraft, lander or so. Yeah, I used to be that. I used to be that way when I was younger, and I said I don't have much money for spending on stuff. I'll admit I was that way, and I'm happy that I've kind of come around to the other side, and I regret the developers that I didn't support over the years, and I did support quite a few developers over the years, and I've actually gone back on Steam and started buying some of the games that I played over the years that I maybe didn't pay for at the time, and I'm paying for them now. And it's better late than never, and yeah. Anywho, yeah, I won't go into it too much because I think that point makes itself, and I think it's reasonable. I do chafe, and I understand why developers want to protect their assets and their scenery, but I do chafe at when the DRM gets overly onerous. And FS Labs, I'm looking right in your direction when they put on that. When they put that installer out there that had spyware in it so they could try to track the one person who's pirating their airplanes, and I get it, you want to track the one person who's pirating your airplanes, but so many other people got caught up in the dragnet, it wasn't even funny. So now there's a warrant that Google is fighting, where the FBI wants a whole list, wants the names, account names, phone numbers, email addresses, IP addresses, information of people who have watched a certain video on YouTube. So 30,000 people watched this video. The FBI actually put it out there specifically targeting one particular person, hoping that they would watch it and they could track down who this person was, this person who has a YouTube account out there. But there's 30,000 other people, there's 29,999 other people that have watched this video. And the FBI wants all of their information just because they watched this one video, because they're hoping to catch this one person who watched this video. And I think to myself, and I was like, that's way too far over the line in terms of just, it's a fishing expedition at this point. You have nothing to kind of narrow down who this person is. And so you're just going to fish through tens of thousands of other people and drag their information into the legal system for no other reason than you can't find this person any other way. And I think sometimes the companies are entirely too easy to give up this information, but when it's very specific and focused, I kind of get that. But when it's just like, we want the information on anybody who ever clicked the link to watch this video for more than 1 second, that's, I think that's going about the wrong way. And I think the FS Labs thing, I will never give FS Labs a single penny. And I really wanted that A320. I really thought it looked like a quality product, and I really wanted it. And I said, I will never give FS Labs a single penny of my money because of the fact that they knowingly, willingly installed spyware on all their users' computers in order to, what am I trying to say here? In order to try and catch one particular pirate. And it's not that I don't want them to catch the pirate, but to ensnare all these innocent people and to put their computers at risk. Because the spyware was supposed to then uninstall itself after it had determined that this was not the person they were looking for. But it's like, that's not the way you go around it. You don't install spyware on your customers' computers, even if you plan to uninstall it. Because what if something breaks during the installation process, and now that thing that you were supposed to uninstall didn't get uninstalled, and it's just sitting there for days,
Tree
weeks, months,
0,
years.
2, 2, set. Passing 17,000. Tree 100.
Yeah, I will never forgive FS Labs for that, because that was such a...
Now.
And the fact that they didn't even feel bad about it, too, that they tried to hide and suppress news media reports about what they had done. They knew that it was sketchy and gray at best, and instead of saying, maybe we went overboard, maybe we shouldn't have done this, instead they were, no, we just don't want anyone talking about it. They tried to intimidate media companies, media organizations into pulling their reports on this incident, and tried to get moderators and forums to delete all posts about this incident that occurred. It's like, you did it, you threw it out there. If you really, if you don't like the way the conversation's going about it, maybe you shouldn't have done it in the first place. It's like burning a full pile of wheat in order to find one silver stick. Exactly. Like, you burned so many customers, potentially, just trying to catch one pirate. And I'm not saying don't catch the pirates, but don't throw your customers under the bus by installing spyware in their computers. Even if you plan to delete it right away, it's still, it's over the top. Unacceptable to me, anyways. So FS Labs, as much as I like the sound of their product and I really was very curious about it and want to try it, I will never give them a penny of my hard-earned money, because it's not only what they did, but then how they reacted afterwards, and the very unscrupulous way that they tried to cover up what they were doing, because they knew that a lot of people would be upset about it, knew that it was kind of, at best, questionably ethical. And then the fact that they tried to stifle conversations about it, and tried to intimidate moderators into suppressing forum posts about it, the whole thing, it was just such a dirty taste in my mouth, and they will never recover from it, in my eyes. It just because they don't have the regret in it, the regret of what they did in the first place. All right, I think what we'll do is, as soon as we hit 10,000, we'll basically just start heading straight for that ILS. Yeah, me personally will not let any private human download a spyware on my PC, no matter what their intentions are. Exactly. Like, it's your computer, and this whole idea that, like, we're moving into this era where, like, you don't own anything anymore, and everything is on rent. Like, Microsoft is renting you Office, and is renting you your operating system anymore. Like, it blows me away. It's like, no, like, I installed this on my computer. It's my computer. I do what I want with my computer. I'm putting your software on there, but you sold me the software, and I can do what I want with it. Like, I still don't have a Microsoft account on my Windows computer, and I don't want one. And Microsoft can't seem to get that through their head. All right, here comes 10,000. It's like we're just going to hit the clouds right after 10,000, so we'll slow down here. What was I looking for? Oh, I know what I was looking for. Approach checklist.
Barrow rest.
3022 set. 3022 set. Set and checked. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Say again. No, apparently he doesn't hear me anymore. 3022 set. Oh, for crying out loud. What an idiot. Alright, let's go ahead. Set 5,000. Every once in a while, FS2 crew just glitches out completely and I can't do anything with it. So let me get the normal checklist. So approach checklist. Approach briefing is confirmed. ECAM status is checked. But he heard me say approach checklist. Seatbelts are... Okay, so let's get lights on. Seatbelts are on. Barrel ref, we've got 3022 set. And MBA is 211 feet set. Engine mode selector as required. Normal. Approach checklist complete. Cancel checklist. Restart checklist. For some reason it doesn't hear me at all anymore. Yeah. I don't know what the F was doing. Alright, so we're going to go direct to Kilma. might need to really kind of...
Service agent meeting this flight or video monitors inside the terminal for connecting gate information. For your continued safety, flight attendants will now walk through the cabin to secure it for landing. We'll
Direct
be collecting
Kilma.
all service items, newspapers, and any
And
other
we'll go down
items
to
you wish to discard
3,000.
or may not be taking off the aircraft with you.
Descent all blue, there we go. And we'll make a little call on Unicom here in a moment. We're about 30 miles away, yeah, give or take. Let's get the engine anti-ice on. And, actually the TAT's plus 16. Actually, we don't need the engine anti-ice on. I just gotta do it by default just because I see the clouds on the high, but nope, we don't actually need it. So, seatbelts on only at 10,000. I thought we need to do that a bit after top descent. Nope, 10,000 feet is normally when we do it unless we think it's going to be turbulent in the descent itself, but normally we do the 10,000 feet, we normally do the seatbelts on to chime the flight attendants. Alright, so there's the Kilma intersection. The other thing we need, of course, is we need the localizers on. I don't know what happened to FS2 crew here. I might just shut it down and just do a quick restart here because it seemed to have completely given up there. So let's try it one more time here. Okay, we need to expedite our descent here now. See, it's got a level off there just past gritty at 3,000. Different operators will have different rules, but almost every operator I've ever worked at has been 10,000 feet is the universal put the seatbelts on. Alright, well, while he's figuring out what he's doing, because now I tried to load it and I think it's kind of stuck in a loop. I'm not sure what the loop is. It seems like FS2 crew's giving up on me here. Newark traffic, JetBlue 1990 is 25 miles south of the field. Direct Kilma setting up for an ILS runway 4 right. See this one guy on TCAS, and I'm pretty sure on VATSIM he was coming into. I don't know what's going on with this now. It seems to have like completely died. I don't know if Sim Connect is. So you're saying I can go to the restroom while descending? Yeah, most places. Yeah, absolutely. Most of the time we start descending like 25 to 30 minutes before.
Newark traffic, GSX-208 heavy, 10 miles off Kilma for the ILS 04 right Newark.
All right, he's 10 miles off. I'm 4 miles off Kilma. Alright, so I'll do my best to keep the speed up here. Alright, so we'll track the speed brakes and let go idle again. So VATSIM with Unicom will be shit show. Most of the time I find VATSIM Unicom's pretty good. So Pineapple Man 787-9 says let's hope it won't be a shit show today. I think usually it works out pretty well. Now it depends, and it's not always great, thrust idle, but in general people want to work together, and I've seen days where like it's been busy. Like I remember one night going into Toronto, and there must have been 6 or 7 airplanes all trying to kind of join final around the same time. We all worked it out. We communicated on Unicom. Newark traffic, JetBlue 1990 is now crossing Kilma for the ILS 4 right. And we'll keep the speed up as best able for the traffic. And I hope those transmissions are coming through. Wow. I don't know what happened to the FS2 crew, but it's just like it's completely like locked up here now, and it won't even. I think probably because
you got Newark traffic, you get 208 heavy, turning right, heading 230 for traffic. North.
All right, flight deck.
The cabin is now secure for landing.
Thank you. Set. All right. So hopefully, yeah, if kids that think VATSIM is a multiplayer, it's just ruining. Yeah, yeah, and it's not. It happens, but I don't think it happens that often. Not often enough. I find more often than not things work out pretty well. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and say we're clear for the approach. And there's approach mode, second autopilot. So we've got Cat 3 dual autopilot 1 and 2, local glide slow blue, perfect. Because we don't have a proper. Yeah, I mean you got to be willing to learn yourself. That's the thing is VATSIM doesn't force you to learn. You've got to be willing to learn yourself. And as long as you're willing to learn yourself, then usually things work out pretty well. I flew to Paris yesterday. Someone asked the frequency how to push back. Well, can't do anything about that. Okay, so apparently my FO has passed out altogether. Okay, I've closed it again. It doesn't seem to want to even close the software. Close the program. Predict minus 178. I love it. I don't think my thing even does that anymore because I stopped having Sim Toolkit Pro watch my things here. All right, flaps 1. Newark traffic. JetBlue 1990 is just crossing Gritty on the ILS 4 right. Glide slope, missed approach altitude. We're going to set initially
traffic,
as
you get 208 turning.
We got flaps 1. Change status for move status. Move status. All right, so I guess we'll single pilot from here on out.
Flowing down to 190 knots for the ILS 4 right.
Well, it's, yeah. I used to have Sim Toolkit Pro running and then I stopped using it. Alright, we're still going pretty fast here. We're kind of pulling off a Pakistani here. We're about 8 miles final. We're still doing 208 knots. So let's go ahead and hit the speed brake. We might just do this out of order. Gear down. Landing check. Alright, so there's the gear down. Because I have the speed brake out, I can't arm it. Okay, so let's put the speed brake back. Let's arm it. Gear's good. Lights. Just doing it all single pilot now. Just like normal VATSIM day. Alright, there we go. Flaps 2. Speed checked. Flap 2. Speed is fully managed. We're just trying to slow down here. We are very reasonable though. 2,000 feet. We're slowing through 190. We're slowing pretty quickly now. That's pretty nice below the clouds here. Looking good, looking good. Alright, flaps 3. Speed checked. Flaps 3. Altimeter is 3022 inches. Just get myself to a comfortable position here. Newark traffic. JetBlue 1990 doing final 4 right. Alright, may have crossed doing a little bit on the slow side, so I'll just delay the full flaps just for a second here. Oh, you know I never did? Gate Alpha 15. Let's see if I can do it here really quickly. Newark. Gate Alpha 15. And handler, Swissport can be fine. There we go. Alright. Close enough. Flaps full. Speed check. Flaps full. We had doing. We got the initial missed approach altitude 2,000 feet set. Alright, we've got a VAP of 142. Auto thrust is speed. Landing memos no blue. No blue. Landing checklist is complete.
1,000.
Roger. Alright, runway appears clear. My FO has given up on me altogether, and I just don't care. I'm just going to do it single pilot. We'll call the ambulance when we get to the gate. Come and take him away. Alright, looking pretty good here. It's a little dangerous, but we're going to go autopilot off. Cat 1. Now it's all on me. Stable.
Newark traffic UPS 208, past Gritty, reducing minimum approach base for ILS 04 right, Newark.
Land. JetBlue 1990, short final 4 right. Got lots of space, buddy, don't worry about it.
100 above.
Now it's starting to get a little choppy on the frame rates here, but we'll make it. Roger.
Minimum.
Continue. Here's that big display threshold I told you about. 1,000 feet more down the runway. 1,100 feet down the runway.
50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Spoilers. Reverse green. Decel. Could make Juliet. Here comes 70. Manual brakes. Stowing the reversers. They don't stow evenly sometimes. Starting the timer. Newark traffic, JetBlue 1990, clearing runway 4 right, crossing 4 left. Alright, we're going to hold the after landings till we cross 4 left here. Maybe slow down a little bit too much. Brakes I find are a little bit heavier than they used to be. They didn't feel very heavy before. It didn't feel like you were stopping a heavy vehicle before. Now they feel like they are heavy duty brakes, and it is a heavy vehicle you're trying to stop with them. So it does feel a little bit more realistic than the brakes. The version 2 updated the brakes as well. I find they do feel more realistic. There's our traffic behind us there. He's doing fine. I don't see anybody. Clear on the left, clear on the right. We'll leave the lights and everything on until we just get across the runway here. Love being able to use my Thrustmaster as a tiller too. The fact that the Thrustmaster TCA side stick, it turns, so you can use that as a tiller. It's somewhat realistic. It's so nice to have a tiller axis. Alright, we'll take the second left and we're going to go down Alpha to the ramp. Alright.
Java UPS 208 heavy, 5 mile final.
Now we're
4 right.
Kill the lights. Newark traffic. JetBlue 1990 is clear of all taxiways taxiing Alpha back to the ramp. When I say taxiways, I meant runways. I'm sure if they really wanted to know, they'd know. They figure it out. Okay, there we go. Let's go ahead after landing flow. Go ahead and get this APU firing up, and maybe we can even do single engine taxi in. Since our FO has fallen asleep here or passed out or something. I don't know what he did. He stopped responding to me altogether. Oh well, what are you gonna do? We'll go pack 2 off as well. Alright, welcome to Newark. There's the United Terminal C. Very busy terminal. I am not going to load any of my FSLTL traffic today because it's New York City. There's too much stuff going on over here. You just can't even begin to deal with it. So my frame rate will suffer way too much. I like to have the traffic because Newark's a busy airport and you want to have the traffic so it looks real, but you just can't do it. There's just too much going on out here. And then there's Terminal B with the U.S. Customs Hall, that big glass hall right there. That's U.S. Customs for all the international arrivals. So this is the international. So A is like the United, pretty much all United. B is all the international arrivals, and then C is Terminal C is United. Terminal B is the international terminal, and a few other airlines as well. And then A is most of the rest of the airlines. So you get the domestic airlines, you get JetBlues. We're going to Terminal A, and that's the new terminal now is Terminal A. They replaced the old Terminal A with a new Terminal A, and it's fancy. Alright, so this is this Alpha 8 right here, I think? Now my frame rate's getting choppy here. I was going to watch this UPS 747 land, and I missed it. I think it's the next one here. I'm pretty sure it's the next one, but yeah, frame rate's getting a lot choppier down here in New York now. It's not bad, but then every once in a while you suddenly look at something, change direction, and it looks really quite bad. Alright, now I think it's the next one. I think that's... Yeah, that was Romeo Delta. This is Delta Kilo. Alpha 8's the next one, so we're almost there. It nailed it like a pro. Thank you. And yeah, I will say this. Last night I didn't nail it like a pro. Last night I did. It was like, oh my god. I just absolutely pounded it on last night when I was doing a practice flight. Some days it really works in this airplane. Some days it doesn't. I find that, again, version 2, it handles more like the real thing, but every once in a while you'll get a landing where it'll just sort of run away from you, and it will not be like the real thing at all. But definitely more often than not, you're going to get a good landing in with version 2. So this is the new Terminal 1. This is the old Terminal 1 right here, and the satellites used to stick out right here, and they basically paved over most of it. In the real world, 2 out of the 3 satellites still exist, although I think they're slowly demolishing them all. I think it's going to be nothing but like a little shell. I think they're going to leave the old terminal building here. For what reason, I don't even really know. But, yeah, no, I will agree. I nailed that landing. That was a good landing, and I have done plenty of bad ones in this airplane. Sometimes it lacks the feel, and
to the ramp tip.
I still find even with the update, it's better, but I still find often it needs more backstick than the airplane actually requires. The normal airplane normally requires very minimal backstick. It's just like a little bit, just a little gentle pull backwards, and it flares and it comes down nicely. But in the sim, it's kind of hit or miss. It's still, I think it requires too much. So I was ready this morning because I flew it last night. I was kind of ready today to kind of pull back pretty substantially, and so I did. And it worked out quite nicely. But yeah, like I almost have to remind myself every time I come and fly this sim that like it needs more back pressure than the real deal. All right, let's do terminal A and B parking spots and just figure out which one is gate 15. So gate 15, these are not labeled correctly at all. What? Hold on a second here. Okay, so let's do the cheat here and see if this is actually... Yeah, for some reason I thought Alpha 15 was over here, unless maybe I'm thinking the wrong gate. What's the landing rate? Excellent question. While we slowly maneuver our way around here. I'm not sure this is going to tell me yet, but when I hit finish on the flight, it should tell me. So I don't even know what the landing rate was. I don't have anything tracking it here, except for APL, but it won't tell me till we're done. So that went the wrong way. For some reason, I thought Alpha 15 was down here, but maybe I looked at the wrong chart, or maybe I'm thinking of a different gate. I swear it said JetBlue was coming at gate Alpha 15, but I swear I also looked and it was supposed to be that side. Anyways, it's fine. We will find our way eventually to the gate. So it is on the other side of this pier here, but it is a nice terminal. I love the fact they have captured a lot of the environment around Newark quite well, like all these giant cranes at the port of Newark. They're very prominent. They are very obvious landmarks when you're around Newark, so that the fact that they've captured all that is quite nice. And then the other thing is the Bay of Bayonne Bridge. I don't know if they've captured that, but right down here, I think that's it there. I think they did model it. Bay of Bayonne Bridge is another very distinctive landmark around Newark. So it's quite a few distinctive landmarks. There's also the brewery over there. I can't even remember which brewery it is, but there's a brewery over there that has also been modeled in here. You might see it just above the top here. No, don't quite see it. It's behind the building, but it's another quite obvious landmark. Okay, here's gate 15. So I said we were going to do single engine taxi, and I was just talking. Lights off, radar's off, accumulator's good. Whoa. Look away for a second to get a hesitation there. APU's available and anti-ice is off. And I almost went soaring right past the gate there because I looked away for a second. You really need two people to operate this airplane. The fact that simmers can reliably operate these airplanes on single pilot sometimes is quite miraculous, because there's just so much going on sometimes. There we go. Overshot the gate ever so slightly. I saw it coming. The other thing is too is you lack a sense of peripheral awareness of motion when you're flying the sim. All of your focus is kind of on the screen in front of you. You don't get that peripheral motion, so you don't see how fast you're moving. You don't get that understanding of how fast you're moving from the periphery, which is part of, in the real world you would get that for sure. So, did he already signal me to stop? Something's... Why does he want me to stop my engine if I haven't made it to the gate yet? I'm just looking for the ground markings there. It's kind of confused though, isn't it? Step away for just a split second here. Really, I could screenshot for the title card there. Okay. Alright. Brakes are set. APU's available. Seatbelts off. Engines. Do them one at a time. Let the power transfer happen. And then do the other one. Get the beacon as soon as we get. Please remember to submit your flight. Thank you. Alright, so we definitely have both engines are shut down. Alright, we can go ahead and kill the beacon. It should bring the bridge over automatically, but I found it's been hit or miss. Oh, it is bringing the bridge. Excellent, thank you. Deboard, please. Thank you. Did it just go and start bringing it away now? Yeah. Yeah, because I turned on auto jetway, which was a mistake. That was a mistake. It really was. All right, so it's okay. We can toggle it again. It'll do its thing. In the meantime, yeah, we got that. We got that. So we can go ahead and fuel pumps off. My FO has passed out or given up or fallen asleep or something. Zero all the displays, and I'm going to run my home parking checklist because I don't even want to bother trying to restart FS2 Crew at this point for one more checklist. He's not been helpful for the last little while. I did it all myself. We kind of got there okay. Let's see here. Okay, so let's check. So brakes, 200, 180 is reasonable. Status is normal. IRS is drifting. 4.6. It's not above 5, so it's within limits. And fuel. So we've got that's 4,100 plus another 700. That's 453. Yeah, that makes sense. Plus 11.3. That adds up to 16.6, which sounds about right for what we started with. So that looks good. No ATC for the whole flight, I guess. Oh well, what are you gonna do? That's what you get with daytime flying sometimes on VATSIM. All right. Because this guy not gonna answer me at all, I'm gonna do my own parking checklist. Parking checklist. APU bleed is on. Engine master 1 and 2 off. Off. Anti-ice is off. Off. Seatbelts off. Off. Exterior lights off. We'll leave them on for now. Fuel pumps are all off, and parking brake is set. Parking checklist is complete, and we are done, everybody. Welcome to Newark. As you can see, my frame rate's kind of dropped a little bit here in Newark with all the beautiful scenery here, but that's okay. Let's hit some bit flight on this and see what we got. And bada boom, bada bing. Getting ready for our next leg. We're not going to do it today, though. We're going to do it another day, but the next leg, there it goes, will be, give it a second, it's Newark down to, I think we said Tampa. I think we said Tampa, right? Yes, Newark down to Tampa will be our next leg for a pilot's life, but in the meantime, you want to see what was in the logbook there, and I do too, because that was a pretty nice landing. I did like it. I will admit, sometimes I clunk this airplane on in the sim. It's not always great in the sim. Landing rate, it says minus 423. I don't know if I buy that, but okay. I definitely failed on the max pitch angle there. Landing rate minus 423. Really? Wow. I aced almost everything else. Yeah, that pitch angle on departure was not great. Honestly, that departure was not fantastic. Maybe a bit of flagging. Yeah, that's very possible because of the performance of the sim there. But whatever. You know, stuff happens. I thought it was great. You thought it was great. So be it. Computer doesn't think it's great, you know what? I don't care. I still got a pretty good score for the flight overall. I lost a few points for that, and I lost a bunch of points for my pitch up on departure because I wasn't paying attention because I was trying to get climb thrust going. But anywho, yeah, let's go back through the salary credits. $57 the last time I flew, and I did have a friend request from Eric Silva, so let's go quickly accept that because I accept all my friend requests. I have like 20 friends now. But yeah, that was a good stream. It was a little bit long. It was more than a little bit long. It was very long, but whatever. It is what it is. Eric Silva from Ecuador, welcome to my friends list. Nice to see you. But yeah, overall, I think it was a good flight. The arrival worked out pretty well for the most part. Kind of kept the speed up, tried to do our best to help out that UPS guy, and I think it worked out pretty well. Yeah, otherwise, that's it for today, guys. So thank you so much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it so far. I will try my best, no guarantees, but I'll try my best next week to get in that Newark to Tampa flight. It'll probably be Tuesday, the same time, same bat channel, because that's the time that just works best for my life, so be it. But we will leave this beautiful city of Newark here. There's the brewery over there. I just scroll back up just enough. No, don't overdo it. That big red, I think it's Anheuser-Busch, but I'm not 100% sure. But it is a brewery right next to the airport. How convenient for the pilots. Anyways, yeah, that's enough for me. That's been a really long stream, guys. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something today, and I hope to see you guys all out there on the VATSIMs, guys. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you next time. Take care.